Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I never really believed in ghosts or anything supernatural. Still don't, to be honest. But what happened to me 2 years ago in my basement apartment in Riverdale has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about reality. I've been hesitant to share this experience because I know how it sounds. I'm not the type of person who sees things or makes stuff up for attention. I'm just a normal 23-year-old guy who experienced something I still can't explain. It was a Tuesday night in October, around 11 p.m. I remember because I had an early shift the next morning at the warehouse where I work, and I was trying to get to bed at a decent hour for once. I had just finished watching some YouTube videos on my laptop and was about to head to the bathroom before going to sleep. My basement apartment isn't anything special. It's basically one large room that I've divided into different areas. A living space with a couch and TV, a bedroom area with my bed, and a small kitchenette. The bathroom is tucked away in the corner. To get to it from my couch, I have to walk around this support post and then behind a half wall. It's not the most convenient layout, but the rent is cheap and I can't complain too much. That night, I got up from the couch and started walking toward the bathroom. I was exhausted after a long day, and all I could think about was brushing my teeth and crashing. I had taken about 3 steps when I felt this. I don't know how to describe it exactly. It was like a weird pressure on the back of my neck. Not physical pressure, more like a mental nudge telling me to turn around. It wasn't a sound or anything I could point to, just this overwhelming feeling that I needed to look back. I've never experienced anything like that before. I'm not a jumpy person, and I don't get random feelings about things, but this was different. It was like my body knew something my mind didn't. Without even thinking about it, I turned around, and there it was. Standing on the other side of my couch was a figure made entirely of light, not glowing light like you'd imagine an angel or something from a movie. It was more like the figure was made of the same ambient light as the rest of the room, but somehow solid. It was definitely human-shaped, had arms, legs, a torso, and what seemed to be a head, but no distinguishable facial features, just this white, person-shaped form. The strangest part was that it didn't seem ethereal or ghostly. It looked solid, like I couldn't see through it. It was just standing there, about 6 feet tall, completely still. And we were staring at each other. At least that's what it felt like, even though it didn't have eyes that I could see. For 2 or 3 seconds, we just looked at each other. I wasn't scared in that moment, just completely fascinated. Time seemed to slow down. I remember thinking, is this really happening? My heart was beating normally, and I felt weirdly calm, like I was observing something rare and amazing rather than something terrifying. Then something changed. The figure seemed to realize I was looking directly at it. Its posture shifted. It's hard to explain, but it reminded me of when you walk into a room and don't expect anyone to be there, then you see someone and get startled. That's how this thing reacted to me seeing it. In an instant, it started moving. Not floating or drifting like you'd expect from a ghost, but running, actually sprinting across my basement toward the opposite wall. Its movements were completely human. It ran behind the support post, and I expected it to emerge on the other side, but it never did. It just vanished. That's when the fear hit me. After it disappeared, my heart started racing. I stood frozen in place for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. I remember my palms were sweaty, and I had this weird tingling sensation all over my skin. The apartment suddenly felt colder, though I don't think the temperature actually changed. I forced myself to walk over to the post and look behind it. Nothing there. I checked every corner of my apartment, looking for any explanation. Could it have been a reflection? A trick of the light? But there was nothing that could have created that kind of illusion. No mirrors, no unusual light sources, nothing. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept the lights on and sat on my couch, staring at the spot where I'd seen the figure. Every noise made me jump. I kept thinking it would come back, but it never did. The next morning, I felt ridiculous. In the daylight, my basement looked completely normal. I convinced myself I had been more tired than I realized, and maybe had experienced some kind of waking dream or hallucination. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. What bothers me the most is that this figure seemed more afraid of me than I was of it, like it hadn't expected me to be able to see it. And when I did, it fled. It makes me wonder if these things, whatever they are around us more often than we realize, and we just don't usually notice them. I've tried researching similar experiences online. Some people talk about light beings or interdimensional entities, but most of those accounts sound nothing like what I saw. This wasn't some spiritual encounter or a being of higher vibration or whatever. It was just there, solid and real, until suddenly it wasn't. For weeks afterward, I felt on edge in my apartment. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see it again. I'd get that same feeling sometimes, that pressure telling me to turn around. But whenever I did, there was nothing there. Eventually, the feeling faded and life went back to normal. I told only my closest friend about it, and I could tell he thought I was either making it up or had dreamed the whole thing. I don't blame him. If someone told me this story, I'd probably think the same thing. 2 years have passed, and I haven't had any other experiences like it. I still live in the same basement apartment. Sometimes when I walk to the bathroom at night, I find myself hesitating, wondering if I'll feel that urge to turn around again. Part of me almost wants to see it once more, just to confirm I wasn't crazy the first time. What gets to me is the randomness of it all. Why that night? Why me? I've never been interested in the paranormal. I've never used Ouija boards or gone ghost hunting or any of that stuff. I was just a regular guy sitting on his couch who got up to use the bathroom and happened to turn around at the right moment. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I hadn't turned around. Would it have approached me? Was it trying to communicate something? Or was it just passing through, not expecting a human to detect its presence? The most logical explanation is that I experienced some kind of neurological event, maybe a mini seizure or something that caused a visual hallucination. But it felt so real. The way it moved, the way it reacted to being seen, the way it ran behind that post, everything about it felt solid and present. I find myself watching people more carefully now, noticing how they move, the way light reflects off them. Sometimes when I'm in crowded places, I get this weird feeling that if I turned around quickly enough, I might catch another one of these beings standing among us. I've tried to find scientific explanations. I've read about sleep paralysis and hypnagogic hallucinations, but none of those fit what I experienced. I wasn't in bed. I wasn't falling asleep, and I could move freely. I've considered carbon monoxide, but my apartment has detectors, and they've never gone off. The experience has changed me in subtle ways. I'm not religious, but I've become more open to the idea that there might be aspects of reality we don't understand yet. Not necessarily supernatural, but perhaps just beyond our current scientific understanding. I still have dreams about it sometimes. In the dreams, the scenario plays out exactly as it did that night, except sometimes the figure doesn't run away. Sometimes it comes toward me or speaks to me, though when I wake up, I can never remember what it said. The strangest part is that I wasn't afraid until after it was gone. In those few seconds when we were looking at each other, I felt almost peaceful, like this was the most natural thing in the world. It was only the sudden movement and disappearance that triggered my fear response. I've considered setting up cameras in my apartment, just in case it ever returns. But something tells me it won't. That whatever happened that night was a one-time thing, a momentary overlap between whatever world this being inhabits and our own. I still live a normal life. I go to work, hang out with friends, date occasionally. Nothing about my life would suggest to anyone that I had this experience. Sometimes days or weeks pass where I don't think about it at all, but then something will trigger the memory, a certain quality of light or that feeling of being watched. And it all comes rushing back. What I saw wasn't some wispy, translucent ghost floating around and moaning. It was solid, present, real, made of light but somehow substantial. And it was aware enough to be startled when it realized I could see it. I don't know what to call what I experienced, a ghost, a spirit, an interdimensional traveler, a hallucination. None of these labels seem to fit exactly what I saw. All I know is that for those few seconds, something impossible was standing in my basement, and it seemed just as surprised by me as I was by it. Sometimes I wonder if it's told its friends about me. You won't believe what happened. A human saw me today. The thought makes me smile, though it's a nervous kind of smile. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I probably wouldn't believe it myself if someone else told me this story. But I know what I saw. And whatever it was, it saw me too. That's it. That's my story. I don't have any profound conclusions or lessons learned. Just a strange encounter on an otherwise ordinary Tuesday night that lasted less than 10 seconds, but has left me questioning reality for the past 2 years. I still don't know what it was or why it appeared to me, and I probably never will. But I know it happened. And sometimes, late at night, I find myself hoping it might happen again. Story 2. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm not a writer or someone who usually posts stuff online, but I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. My family thinks I'm either making it up or that I've got an overactive imagination. Maybe writing it all down will help me process what happened. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. We moved into the old Victorian house on Maple Street in Oakville last September. It was a beautiful place, built sometime in the 1860s according to the real estate agent, though the previous owners claimed 1890. Either way, it was old. The kind of place with character, high ceilings, ornate woodwork, a wraparound porch, and a full basement. My husband Mike got a promotion that required relocating, and with 2 teenagers, we needed the space. The price was surprisingly reasonable for such a large home, which should have been my first clue something wasn't right. The weird stuff started almost immediately. The first night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to get water from the kitchen. When I flipped on the light, I found nearly every cabinet door standing wide open. I remember thinking, that's strange, and assuming Mike had been looking for something. I closed them all. They had these magnetic latches that made a satisfying click when properly shut, and went back to bed. The next morning, I asked Mike about the cabinets. He looked at me like I was crazy. I didn't touch any cabinets last night. I slept straight through. My kids, Alex and Emma, both denied opening them too. I brushed it off as forgetfulness. Maybe I'd left them open while unpacking. But then it happened again 2 nights later. And then again. And again. Always the kitchen cabinets, always in the middle of the night. We checked the latches, thinking maybe they were faulty, but they were sturdy. You had to actually pull to open them. Then there was the motion detector light in the backyard. It would go off constantly, flooding the yard with brightness even when there was nothing there. We'd look out the windows, expecting to see a raccoon or neighborhood cat, but there was never anything visible. Mike checked the sensitivity settings, replaced the bulbs, even called an electrician who found nothing wrong with the wiring. Still, that light kept triggering at random times, especially at night. My sister Jenny came to stay with us for a couple weeks in October to help with the unpacking. Jenny's different from the rest of the family. When she was 19, she had a serious car accident. Her heart stopped for almost 3 minutes before the paramedics revived her. Since then, she's claimed to be able to see things, spirits, energies, whatever you want to call them. I've always been skeptical, but I love her, so I just nod along when she talks about it. The first night she stayed with us, I was showing her around the house. When we got to my bedroom, she stopped abruptly at the doorway. Her face went pale, and she actually took a step backward. "What's wrong?" I asked. She hesitated, then forced a smile. "Nothing, just thought I saw something." Later, when we were alone, she told me she'd seen someone, or something, standing beside my nightstand, right next to my closet. According to her, it was a shadow person, tall and distinctly male. She said he didn't seem threatening, more like he was just observing. I brushed it off as Jenny being Jenny. But then it happened again, 3 days later. And again the following week. Always in the same spot by my nightstand. Always when she first entered the room, and the figure would vanish as soon as she blinked or looked away. Meanwhile, I started hearing scratching sounds in my bedroom walls, specifically near my desk. Not the occasional skittering you might expect from mice, but deliberate, loud scratching, like someone was trying to get my attention. It was always the same spot, always around 11 at night. We called an exterminator who found no evidence of rodents or insects. One night in late October, Jenny and I were staying up late watching a horror movie in her guest room. It was around midnight, and the sliding glass doors that led to the backyard were partially visible from where we sat. Suddenly, Jenny grabbed my arm. "Liz," she whispered, "do you see that?" I looked toward the glass doors but saw nothing. "What is it?" "There's something out there. It looks like smoke, but shaped like a dog or wolf." As soon as she said it, the motion detector light outside flashed on, illuminating the empty yard. My skin erupted in goosebumps. "There's nothing there," I said, but my voice sounded uncertain even to my own ears. We tried to focus back on the movie, but neither of us was really watching anymore. About 20 minutes later, we heard what sounded like paper being scratched on the other side of the bed, away from where we were sitting. I got up to investigate, walking around the bed. As I turned to tell Jenny there was nothing there, I felt something, a distinct poke, just above my left buttock. It wasn't painful, more startling, like someone had jabbed a finger to get my attention. I yelped and spun around, but there was nothing there. Jenny's face had gone white again. "Something touched you, didn't it?" she asked, though it wasn't really a question. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about all the strange occurrences since we'd moved in. The cabinets, the motion light, the scratching, and now something had touched me. But the incident that convinced me our house wasn't just old but genuinely haunted happened about a week after Jenny left. I was pet-sitting her dog, Baxter, while she was away on a business trip. It was around 11:30 at night, and I went to feed him his late-night snack. We kept his food in a closet adjacent to the back door in our small mudroom. As I approached the closet, I felt something, a presence. The air felt suddenly thick, and I had this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. My hand hesitated on the doorknob. I almost called out for Mike, but he was upstairs asleep, and I felt silly. It was just a closet after all. I took a deep breath and pulled the door open. The feeling intensified immediately. As I reached in for the dog food on the shelf, my arm passed through a spot that was freezing cold. Not just cool air like from a draft, but a defined area of intense cold that made my skin ache. It was about the size of a basketball floating at chest height. My fingers went numb as they passed through it. I grabbed the dog food bag quickly and pulled my arm back, my heart pounding. As I turned to fill Baxter's bowl, a wave of cold washed over me, starting at my shoulders and moving down my spine, as if something had literally passed through my body. The sensation lasted only a second, but it left me gasping. Baxter, who had been waiting patiently for his food, suddenly started growling, his eyes fixed on something behind me. Before I could turn around, the motion detector light in the backyard flashed on. Through the window in the back door, I could see the yard was empty. Whatever had been in that closet with me had moved outside. I hurriedly put down Baxter's food and ran upstairs, not stopping until I was safely in bed next to Mike. I didn't tell him what happened, at least not that night. I knew how it would sound. The next day, I was outside gardening as dusk approached. I glanced up at our house and noticed something odd. Lights were on in the basement. Not the main overhead lights, but what looked like small yellowish lights, visible through the short, wide ground-level windows. I frowned, trying to remember if anyone had gone down there. Mike was at work, the kids at after-school activities. I'd been outside for over an hour. No one should be in the basement. I hurried inside and opened the basement door. The stairway was dark. I flipped the light switch and cautiously went down the stairs, calling out, "Hello? Is anyone down here?" The basement was completely empty and dark, except for the overhead light I'd just turned on. No small yellow lights, no signs of anyone having been there. I checked all the corners, behind the furnace, everywhere. Nothing. Confused, I went back outside to look again. Sure enough, from the yard, I could clearly see yellowish lights glowing from the basement windows. I repeated this process 3 times, outside seeing lights, inside finding darkness, before giving up, thoroughly spooked. This became a regular occurrence. At least once a week, I'd notice those basement lights from outside, but they were never actually there when I went to check. Mike saw them too, which at least confirmed I wasn't imagining things. He suggested it might be some weird reflection from the neighbor's house, but the angles didn't make sense, and the lights appeared even when our neighbors weren't home. One particularly disturbing incident happened when I was home alone. It was a Tuesday afternoon in November, gloomy and rainy. I was working at the dining room table when I heard footsteps overhead, slow, deliberate footsteps crossing my bedroom floor upstairs. I froze, listening intently. The footsteps stopped, then started again, moving toward the hallway. I called out, "Hello?" No response. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, and slowly made my way upstairs. The hallway was empty. I checked every room, looked under beds, in closets. No one was there. As I stood in my bedroom trying to make sense of what I'd heard, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. My closet door was wide open. I always keep it closed because the latch is broken and the door swings open on its own if not properly shut. But I hadn't been in my room all day. As I moved to close it, I heard the scratching again, that same deliberate scratching in the wall near my desk. 3 long scratches, pause, 3 more, like someone was trying to communicate. I'd like to say I was brave enough to respond somehow, to try to understand what was happening in our home. But the truth is, I ran. I grabbed my keys and left the house, sitting in my car in the driveway until Mike and the kids got home. That night, I finally told Mike everything. The cold spot in the closet, the feeling of something passing through me, the footsteps, all of it. To his credit, he didn't dismiss me outright, though I could see the skepticism in his eyes. He suggested maybe the house had some unique acoustic properties that made sounds carry strangely, or perhaps there were unusual air currents causing temperature variations. "But what about the lights in the basement?" I asked. "We've both seen those." He sighed. "I don't know, Liz. I can't explain everything, but I'm sure there's a logical explanation that doesn't involve ghosts." The following days brought more incidents. The kitchen cabinets continued their midnight performances. The scratching in my wall became more frequent and more insistent. The motion detector light might as well have been on a timer for all the random activations. But the final straw came exactly 7 weeks after we moved in. I was in the shower early one morning. Mike had already left for work, and the kids were still asleep. As I was rinsing my hair, I distinctly heard the shower curtain rings slide across the rod, as if someone had pulled the curtain aside. I wiped the soap from my eyes and looked. The curtain was still closed, but through the semi-transparent material, I could see a dark figure standing on the other side. Not just a shadow, but a solid-looking silhouette of a person, tall, broad-shouldered, unmistakably male. I froze, unable to scream, unable to move. Water ran down my face as I stared at the figure. It didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there watching me through the curtain. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds, I managed to whisper, "Who are you? What do you want?" No response. But the figure shifted slightly, as if adjusting its stance. Finding my voice at last, I shouted, "Get out!" and simultaneously yanked the curtain open, prepared to fight if necessary. There was no one there. The bathroom was empty, the door still locked from the inside. I shut off the water with trembling hands, wrapped myself in a towel, and sat on the closed toilet lid, trying to calm my racing heart. That's when I noticed it. On the steamy mirror, what looked like handprints were appearing, as if someone were pressing their hands against the glass from the other side. But there was no other side to our bathroom mirror, just wall. The handprints weren't my size. They were much larger, with long fingers that seemed to drag downward, leaving streaks in the condensation. I dressed in record time, woke the kids, and drove them to school early. Then I called Mike and told him everything. This time he could hear the genuine terror in my voice. He came home early, and we had a long talk about what to do. We considered having the house blessed or bringing in paranormal investigators, but in the end, we made the difficult decision to move. We'd only been there 7 weeks, but I couldn't take it anymore. The financial hit was substantial, but our peace of mind was worth more. We found a new house in a different part of town and moved out just before Christmas. The real estate agent who helped us sell the Maple Street house never asked why we were leaving so suddenly, which made me wonder if she already knew. It's been almost a year now since we left, and our new home has been blissfully normal. No opening cabinets, no phantom lights, no scratching in the walls. But I still think about that house sometimes, especially at night. I wonder who bought it, and if they're experiencing the same things we did. I've tried researching the history of the house, hoping to find something that might explain what happened to us. All I've found so far is that it had multiple owners over the years, none staying longer than 5 years. Public records don't show why they all moved away, but I think I know. Whatever or whoever was in that house, they weren't just passing through. They lived there just as much as we did, and they wanted us to know it. I still can't explain the lights in the basement that weren't there, or the cold spot in the closet, or the figure in my shower. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was all in my head, stress from the move, an overactive imagination fueled by Jenny's stories. But then I remember the feeling of something moving through my body that night in the mudroom, that bone-deep chill that felt so deliberately personal, and I know it was real. All of it was real. Story 3. I've never really shared this with anyone outside my immediate family because it sounds so crazy. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar that might help me make sense of it. This happened about 2 years ago when I was living alone in my apartment in Northridge, California. I was 26 at the time, working from home as a graphic designer. It was a pretty normal Wednesday night, nothing unusual about the day. I'd finished work around 6, heated up some leftovers for dinner, watched a couple episodes of a show I was binging, and decided to head to bed around 11:30. My bedroom was simple, just a queen-sized bed against the wall, a nightstand, and a dresser. I always slept facing the wall because I found it comforting, like being in a cocoon. I remember checking Instagram one last time before putting my phone on the charger. It was 11:42 when I set my phone down on the nightstand. I was in that weird in-between state. You know, not fully asleep, but definitely not awake either. My body felt heavy, and my thoughts were starting to get fuzzy and dreamlike. But then something changed. It started with a feeling of heaviness, like someone had placed a weighted blanket over my entire body. At first, I didn't think much of it, just that sleepy, sinking feeling you get right before you fall asleep. But when I tried to roll over, I couldn't move. Not even a finger. Not even my eyelids. Nothing. The realization hit me that I was completely paralyzed, and that's when the panic started rising in my chest. I tried to call out, but my voice wouldn't work either. It was like my whole body had been disconnected from my brain. My eyes were still open, facing the wall. The cream-colored paint was all I could see, but then my vision started changing. It's hard to explain, but it was like looking through a tunnel that was getting narrower. The edges of my vision darkened, like shadows were creeping in from the sides. The strangest part was that while my body was totally frozen with fear, my mind felt weirdly analytical. Part of my brain was thinking, this must be sleep paralysis. I've read about this. It'll pass. Just stay calm. But the rational thoughts couldn't stop the physical reactions. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and my breathing became shallow and quick. Then the sounds started. At first I thought my hearing was just muffled, like when you're underwater or have your ears covered. But then I started hearing things. It began as a low humming that I couldn't identify, then whispers, then moans, and then the screams started. God, those screams. I've never heard anything like them before or since. They weren't like movie screams or the kind you'd hear at a haunted house. They were raw, primal, like people, no souls, in absolute agony. The only way I can describe it is exactly what went through my mind at that moment. Burning souls from hell, squealing from pain. I know how that sounds. Trust me, I do. I've never been particularly religious or even spiritual, but those screams, they weren't normal. They weren't human. They were the sounds of something being torn apart over and over for eternity. And the worst part, for brief moments, just split seconds really, I could see them, not with my eyes, which were still fixed on the wall, but somehow in my mind. Twisted, contorted figures writhing in pain, faceless but somehow still screaming, their forms blurring and melting into each other. I can't even properly describe it because it didn't make visual sense, but I saw them. I was trying to rationalize everything, telling myself it was just my brain playing tricks on me when I felt something else. Something that made everything else seem almost trivial by comparison. Movement on the bed behind me. My bed had always made noise. It was just a cheap frame with a decent mattress. But this was different. I could feel the mattress dipping, like someone had just climbed onto it, or something. The movement wasn't slow or cautious. It was frantic, rapid. I could feel the impacts on the mattress like multiple limbs pounding on it, crawling toward me. The bed was shaking with each impact. Thump, 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 fast, getting closer. I couldn't turn to look. I couldn't scream. I couldn't do anything but lie there, paralyzed, as whatever it was crawled across my bed toward me. Here's the thing that still confuses me to this day. I could sense it getting closer and closer, right up to the edge of my peripheral vision. But it never actually reached me. Like it was being held back by some invisible barrier just inches away. I could feel its presence right behind me, could feel its weight on the mattress, could almost feel its breath, if it had breath, on the back of my neck. But it never touched me. Throughout all of this, the hellish screams continued, sometimes fading slightly, sometimes getting so loud I thought my eardrums would burst. And my body was in full panic mode, heart racing, cold sweat covering my skin, adrenaline pumping, but my mind kept this weird distance from it all. I remember actually thinking, why isn't my conscious mind more afraid right now? Shouldn't I be more terrified than this? It was like my brain and body were having two completely different experiences. I don't know how long it lasted. It felt like hours, but it could have been minutes or even seconds. Time didn't seem to work right. The end came suddenly. One moment I was paralyzed, surrounded by hellish screams and sensing something crawling toward me, and the next moment it was just gone. The weight lifted from my body, the tunnel vision cleared, and the sounds vanished. I gasped for air, realizing I'd forgotten how to breathe normally. My lungs burned as I sucked in deep breaths. I was shaking uncontrollably, my t-shirt soaked with sweat. I remember rolling over immediately, half expecting to see something on the other side of the bed, but there was nothing. Just my empty bedroom, looking exactly as it had when I'd gone to bed. My first thought was to check the time. I reached for my phone with trembling hands, expecting to see that hours had passed. But when I looked at the screen, it showed 11:42, the exact same time as when I'd put my phone down. I sat there staring at the numbers on my screen, trying to make sense of it. Had no time passed at all? Had the whole experience lasted just seconds? Or had the clock somehow stopped? None of it made sense. I didn't sleep at all that night. I turned on every light in the apartment, put on the TV for background noise, and just sat on my couch until morning. I called in sick to work the next day because I was so exhausted and still shaken. I've spent countless hours researching sleep paralysis since then. I know it's a documented phenomenon that affects a lot of people. I know about the feelings of pressure on the chest, the hallucinations, the sense of a presence in the room. But what I experienced feels different from most accounts I've read. The thing that disturbs me most wasn't the paralysis itself, or even the sensation of something on my bed. It was those hellish screams and visions, because they weren't entirely new to me. For years, I've had occasional nightmares featuring what I can only describe as the screams of the dead. Never as vivid as what I experienced during the paralysis, but similar enough that I recognized them immediately. In my regular dreams, I'd hear distant screaming and feel overwhelming dread, but I'd never seen the sources of the screams before that night. I've never had another episode of sleep paralysis, just that once. But I still think about it almost every day. I've moved apartments since then, partly because I never felt comfortable in that bedroom again. My new place has a layout where my bed doesn't have to be against a wall, and I always sleep in the center now, never facing either side. I don't know what happened to me that night. Maybe it was just an unusually vivid episode of sleep paralysis. Maybe my brain was drawing on fragments of horror movies I've watched or books I've read, but it felt so real, so visceral in a way that nothing else I've experienced ever has. What bothers me most is the connection to my previous dreams. Why have I been hearing these souls for years in my dreams? What does it mean that I finally saw them during sleep paralysis? Is my brain trying to tell me something? Is it tapping into something real? Or is it just random neurons firing, creating patterns where there are none? And what about the time on my phone? Was I just confused about when I checked it last? Did I accidentally hit the home button instead of the power button when I checked it after the experience? Or did something truly strange happen with the passage of time? I don't believe in the supernatural, at least I never did before. I still try to find rational explanations for what happened, but sometimes, in the middle of the night when I can't sleep, I wonder if there are things we don't understand yet. Things our brains can somehow tune into under the right circumstances. I haven't told many people about this. Most would probably think I'm exaggerating or making it up. But I know what I experienced. The weight of paralysis, the tunneling vision, those sounds, that thing on my bed, and most of all, the strange disconnect between my terrified body and my oddly calm mind. I'm hoping someone here might have experienced something similar or might have insights I haven't considered, because 2 years later, I still can't explain what happened that night in Northridge. Story 4. I've never really believed in ghosts. My dad always said I inherited his pragmatic nature. He's an engineer, always looking for logical explanations. At least, that's what I thought until he told me what happened that night in our home. Now I'm not so sure about anything anymore. I grew up in Westbrook, in this massive 4-story house that my parents bought when I was just 7 years old. It's not in the United States. We're in a small town about 20 kilometers outside of Edinburgh, Scotland. The house dates back to the early 1900s, this grand stone mansion with high ceilings and these impossibly long hallways that seemed to stretch forever when I was a kid. From the day we moved in, there were whispers. The movers would exchange glances when they thought we weren't looking. One of them refused to go to the 3rd floor alone. Our housekeeper, Mrs. Finley, would only clean certain rooms before sunset. At first, I thought it was just superstition, the kind of thing that follows old houses like ours. The layout of our house is important to understand why what happened was so unsettling. The ground floor has the kitchen, dining room, and a massive living area with floor-to-ceiling windows looking out to the garden. The 2nd floor has my parents' master bedroom with this huge balcony overlooking the garden and pool below. My room was also on this floor, at the opposite end of the hallway. The 3rd floor has 5 more bedrooms where guests stay, and the 4th floor was originally servants' quarters that my dad converted into his home office and a small library. I never saw anything myself, not a single thing, but apparently I was the only one. It started with our first dinner party about 3 months after we moved in. One of my mum's friends came running down the main staircase, visibly shaken. She swore she'd seen a little girl in a white nightgown standing at the end of the 3rd floor corridor. My mum helped calm her down, saying old houses make people see things. I remember rolling my eyes, thinking adults could be so dramatic. But then it happened again and again. Always the same description, a little girl, about 8 or 9 years old, wearing an old-fashioned white nightgown. Sometimes she was standing still, sometimes walking down a hallway, but she would vanish if anyone tried to get closer. As a teenager, I just dismissed it. People want to see ghosts in old houses, right? They convince themselves shadows are something more. I'd lived there for over 10 years without seeing a single strange thing. That's what I kept telling myself, until my dad shared his story with me last month. I was home from university for the weekend. Mum was hosting her book club downstairs, and Dad and I were having tea in his office on the 4th floor. It was raining heavily outside, typical Scottish weather, and somehow the conversation drifted to whether I ever felt uncomfortable in the house alone. Not really, I said, though it gets creaky during storms. My dad set his cup down carefully. He had this look I'd never seen before, hesitant, almost embarrassed. "Eliza," he said, "I've never told you this because I didn't want to frighten you, but something happened about 3 years ago while you were on that school trip to France." I'll never forget the expression on his face as he told me his story. He wasn't making it up. My father, practical, logical Thomas Reynolds, was genuinely disturbed by what he'd experienced. It happened in the middle of the night. Dad woke up around 3 in the morning to find Mum's side of the bed empty. The bathroom light was on, spilling a dim glow into their bedroom. He figured she'd gotten up to use the toilet, which wasn't unusual. As he was lying there, trying to fall back asleep, he noticed something in his peripheral vision. There, in the dim light near the foot of their bed, stood a small figure. A little girl in a white nightgown. Her hair was long and dark, hanging down past her shoulders. Because of the shadows and the angle, he couldn't see her face clearly, just the outline of her small form and the white fabric that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. Dad said he froze completely. His first thought was that it might be me, but he immediately remembered I was in France. There was no child in our house that night. The little girl didn't move. She just stood there watching him. Dad said the fear he felt was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. A cold, paralyzing sensation that made it impossible to call out or move. Something deep inside him knew this wasn't a living person. So he did the only thing he could think of. He turned over in bed, facing away from the figure, and pretended to go back to sleep. His heart was pounding so hard he was sure it would burst from his chest. He lay there for what felt like hours, too terrified to look back. When Mum finally returned from the bathroom, he immediately asked if she'd seen anyone in the room. She hadn't. Dad never told her what he saw that night. Until recently, he hadn't told anyone. "I didn't believe in ghosts before that night," my dad said, "and I've tried to convince myself it was just a hypnagogic hallucination or a trick of the light. But Eliza, it felt real. She felt real." The way he looked at me when he finished his story, I can't explain it. It was like he was apologizing for confirming something we'd both been trying to deny for years. After that conversation, I couldn't stop thinking about all the stories I'd brushed off. The security guard who quit after seeing what he described as a shadow that moved like a person on the 3rd floor. My cousin, who refused to sleep in the guest bedroom again after swearing the closet door opened by itself repeatedly throughout the night. But the incident with my Aunt Helen was the one that suddenly seemed most significant. Aunt Helen stayed with us for 2 weeks after her divorce 4 years ago. She was sleeping in the bedroom directly above my parents' room on the 3rd floor. One night around midnight, she went downstairs to get some water from the kitchen. As she passed through the 2nd floor landing, she looked out the window toward the balcony connected to my parents' room. There, standing motionless in the moonlight, was a tall, dark figure. Not the little girl, something else entirely, something adult-sized but strange in proportion. Aunt Helen said it was like looking at a shadow that had somehow pulled itself off the ground and stood upright. As she watched, frozen in place, the figure turned slightly and then walked straight through the sliding glass doors into my parents' bedroom. Helen screamed, waking the entire house. My dad immediately called our security service, and 2 guards searched the entire property, finding nothing. No signs of intrusion, no footprints on the balcony, which had been wet from the rain. The sliding doors were still locked from the inside. My aunt left the next morning. She refused to ever stay overnight in our house again. At the time, I thought she was being ridiculous. Now I'm not so sure. After Dad told me his story, I started approaching these incidents differently. I began researching the history of our house. It took some digging through local archives and talking to elderly neighbors, but I discovered that our home was built in 1911 by a wealthy businessman named Frederick Holloway for his wife and 3 children. The youngest, a girl named Charlotte, drowned in the pond that used to be where our swimming pool is now. She was 8 years old. I found an old photograph of the family. Charlotte was wearing a white dress, her dark hair long and straight. The resemblance to the descriptions of our ghost was undeniable. But here's the part that truly got to me. Last weekend, I was home alone. My parents were visiting my grandmother, and I'd stayed behind to study for exams. I was up late, past midnight, when the power went out during a thunderstorm, nothing unusual for an old house in rural Scotland. I found my phone to use as a flashlight and made my way downstairs to check the fuse box in the basement. Our basement isn't fully finished. It's more of a storage area with rough stone walls and a concrete floor. The fuse box is at the far end, past rows of shelves filled with holiday decorations and old furniture. As I approached the fuse box, my phone flashlight started flickering, then died completely. The basement was pitch black. I stood there disoriented, trying to remember exactly how far I was from the stairs. That's when I felt it, a drop in temperature so sudden it made me gasp. The air around me became freezing cold, the kind that burns your lungs when you breathe it in. And then I heard what sounded like wet footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from somewhere in the darkness behind me. I froze, unable to move or call out. The footsteps continued, getting closer, accompanied by what sounded like water dripping onto the concrete floor. My logical mind scrambled for explanations. A pipe leak. The rain somehow getting in, but deep down I knew it was something else. Just as I felt the presence directly behind me, my phone came back to life. the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The cold immediately dissipated, and the sounds stopped. I spun around, but there was nothing there, just empty space and dry concrete. I ran back upstairs without even checking the fuse box. The power came back on by itself about 20 minutes later. I haven't told my parents about this incident yet. I'm not sure I want to. Part of me is still trying to find a rational explanation, but another part knows what I experienced wasn't natural. This week, I've been staying at a friend's flat in Edinburgh, telling my parents I needed to use the university library. But the truth is, I'm afraid to stay in that house alone now. I can't stop thinking about the little girl in the white nightgown standing silently in my parents' bedroom, or the tall, dark figure on the balcony that walked through solid glass. And most of all, I can't forget those wet footsteps in the darkness, coming closer and closer to where I stood. I've ordered some night vision cameras online. When they arrive, I'm going to set them up throughout the house, especially in the basement, on the third-floor hallway, and in my parents' room. I need to see what I've been missing all these years. I need to know if Charlotte Holloway is still wandering the halls of her former home, or if there's something else entirely sharing our space. The strangest part of all this is how normal everything seems in the daylight. The house is just a house, old and creaky, but beautiful and full of memories. It's only in those quiet moments, when you're alone with the settling noises and shifting shadows, that you start to question whether some of those memories might not be yours at all. I don't know what I'm going to capture on those cameras, or if I even want to know anymore, but I can't go back to pretending these things aren't happening. Not after what I felt in that basement, the absolute certainty that I wasn't alone in the darkness. I used to think people who believed in ghosts were just seeing what they wanted to see. Now I wonder if I've been the one refusing to see what's been in front of me all along. Story 5. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night. It's been 3 years, and I still get chills thinking about it. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my mind, trying to find some rational explanation, but I can't. I know what my cousin and I experienced wasn't normal, and I'm hoping maybe sharing it here might help me process it, or maybe someone has experienced something similar. My name is Camilla Santiago, and I live in a pretty big house in Valleycrest with my parents. It's an older home with lots of rooms and these long hallways that always seemed extra creepy at night. My parents both work in pharmaceutical sales, so they travel a lot for conferences and meetings with clients. I was 15 when this happened, old enough to technically be home alone, but my parents always insisted on having our nanny, Mrs. Reyes, stay with me when they were gone. Mrs. Reyes was nice enough, but she was in her 60s and usually went to bed pretty early, so I'd get lonely during these trips. That's why I started asking if my cousins could come over for sleepovers when my parents were away. It made the house feel less empty. And honestly, I was always a bit scared being alone in such a big place, especially at night. This particular weekend, my parents were at a conference in Chicago. They left Thursday morning and weren't expected back until Sunday evening. I invited my cousins Lucia and Elena over to keep me company. Lucia was 16, a year older than me, and Elena was 14. We were all pretty close and used to having sleepovers at each other's houses all the time. That Friday night started like any other sleepover. We ordered pizza, watched some horror movies, which in hindsight wasn't the smartest idea, and then started playing silly games. Around 11, we got this weird idea to play this game with styrofoam. My dad had just gotten a new TV, and there were these long pieces of styrofoam packaging that we'd been meaning to throw out. For some reason, we thought it would be hilarious to hide these pieces behind doors around the house. The game was simple and kind of stupid looking back. We'd prop the styrofoam against the wall behind a door so that when someone opened it, the door would push against the styrofoam and make this loud, squeaky noise. We thought it was hilarious, watching each other jump when opening doors. We set them up behind the bathroom door, some closet doors, and even my bedroom door. Mrs. Reyes caught us giggling in the hallway and told us to keep it down before heading back to the guest room where she always stayed. Around 1 in the morning, we were all getting tired. We moved the styrofoam from behind my bedroom door and leaned it against the wall in the hallway because we kept scaring ourselves every time we went in or out. We all crashed in my room. I had a queen-sized bed that we shared, with Elena in the middle since she was the smallest. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but I remember waking up around 3:15, I checked my phone, when Elena climbed over me to go to the bathroom. She apologized for waking me, and I mumbled something about it being fine. I heard the bathroom door open down the hall, and that distinctive squeak of the styrofoam we'd left behind it. Elena cursed under her breath, and I smiled to myself, already half asleep again. When Elena came back, I was still kind of awake, that weird state where you're drifting in and out of consciousness. I heard her settle back into bed, and I was just about to fall completely asleep when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of styrofoam squeaking against the floor outside my door. My eyes shot open, but I didn't move. Growing up, I'd developed this habit of pretending to be asleep whenever my parents checked on me at night, especially when I was secretly playing my Nintendo DS after bedtime. So instinctively, I just lay still, eyes closed, breathing evenly. My bedroom door opened slowly. I could tell because of the way the hallway light gradually spilled into the room through my eyelids. But it was weird. The door didn't swing all the way open like it normally would. It opened maybe a foot or so, and then stopped. I remember thinking it was probably Mrs. Reyes checking on us, but something felt off. There was no sound of footsteps, no rustling of clothes, just the door slowly opening, and then nothing. I nearly opened my eyes a few times, but something kept me frozen in place. The air in the room felt suddenly cold and heavy, like the atmosphere had changed. I could feel goosebumps forming on my arms, but I kept perfectly still. I don't know how long that door stayed open. It felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or so. Then, just as slowly and quietly as it had opened, it started to close. That's when I felt Eleanor shift beside me. I could tell she was awake too. Once the door clicked shut, Elena whispered, "Was that your mom?" I didn't answer right away. My heart was racing and my mouth had gone completely dry. "I don't think so," I finally whispered back. "They're not supposed to be back until Sunday." "No, it was definitely your mom," Elena insisted. "I saw her face in the light from the hall." A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "You saw her?" "Just for a second, just part of her face. You know, in the gap of the door." Lucia was still sound asleep, snoring lightly beside Elena. We both fell quiet, listening to the house. Everything was silent. No footsteps in the hall, no sounds from my parents' room, nothing. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I must have fallen asleep again, but it was a restless sleep filled with vague, unsettling dreams. The next morning, I woke up around 9. Lucia and Elena were still asleep, so I carefully got out of bed and went to check my parents' room. Their door was open, and the bed was made, exactly as it had been since they left on Thursday. There was no sign anyone had been in there. No suitcases, no jackets thrown over chairs, nothing. I checked the garage next. Both my parents' cars were gone, just as they should be. I was starting to feel really uneasy. If it wasn't my parents last night, and it wasn't Mrs. Reyes, her door had been closed when I passed by her room, then who or what had opened my door? I went to the kitchen where Mrs. Reyes was making breakfast. "Did you check on us last night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She looked surprised. "No, honey. I went to bed right after I told you girls to quiet down. Was everything okay?" "Yeah, fine," I lied. "I just thought I heard someone in the hall." She frowned slightly. "Maybe one of your cousins got up in the night." "Maybe," I said, but I knew it wasn't them. Elena had been beside me the whole time, and Lucia hadn't stirred once. I decided to call my mum. My hands were shaking slightly as I dialed her number. She picked up on the third ring. "Hey, sweetie, everything okay?" she asked. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I was just wondering, did you guys come home last night?" There was a pause, just a beat too long. "No, we're still at the hotel in Chicago. Why do you ask?" I swallowed hard. "Someone opened my bedroom door last night. Elena thought it was you." Another pause, longer this time. "Oh," my mum finally said, her voice sounding strange. "Well, I did come back briefly to pick something up. I didn't want to wake you girls." Relief flooded through me. "Oh, okay, that makes sense." We chatted for a few more minutes about normal things, how the conference was going, what we were planning to do that day. But something still felt off. After we hung up, I remembered the garage. Both cars had been gone. If my mom had come home, how did she get here? And why would she lie about being at the hotel? By the time Elena and Lucia woke up, I was feeling increasingly anxious. When they came into the kitchen for breakfast, I pulled Elena aside. "About last night," I started. "You said you saw my mom." Elena nodded, grabbing a piece of toast. "Yeah, just for a second." "Why? What exactly did you see?" She thought for a moment. "Just part of her face, like I said. The door was only open a little bit, so I only saw like half her face in the hallway light. You know, one eye, part of her nose, that kind of thing." "And you're sure it was my mom?" Elena looked at me strangely. "Well, it looked like her. Dark hair, same height. Who else would it be?" I didn't answer. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. After breakfast, I called my mom back, this time from the landline in the kitchen where my cousins couldn't hear me. "Mom," I said as soon as she answered, "I need you to be honest with me. Did you really come home last night?" She didn't respond immediately. I could hear my dad saying something in the background. "Camilla," she finally said, her voice serious, "your father and I have been in Chicago the whole time. We didn't come home. Why are you asking this?" The phone nearly slipped from my hand. "Someone opened my bedroom door last night," I repeated. "Elena said she saw a woman who looked like you." "Put Mrs. Reyes on the phone," my mom said, her voice tense. I handed the phone to Mrs. Reyes, who had been pretending not to listen from the stove. I couldn't hear what my mom was saying, but Mrs. Reyes's face grew increasingly concerned. She kept glancing at me, then at my cousins, who were now arguing over what movie to watch in the living room. After she hung up, Mrs. Reyes patted my shoulder reassuringly. "Your mother said they'll be home early tomorrow instead of Sunday evening. Everything's fine, but she wants you to lock your bedroom door tonight." "What else did she say?" I pressed. Mrs. Reyes hesitated. "Nothing important. Now, why don't you join your cousins? I'll clean up here." But I couldn't let it go. I went back to Elena. "Tell me exactly what you saw last night," I insisted. Elena looked uncomfortable now. "I told you already. I saw someone at the door. It looked like your mum." "But my parents aren't home," I said. "They're in Chicago. They haven't been home at all." Elena's face paled. "But I saw someone. A woman." "Describe her. Exactly." Elena closed her eyes, trying to remember. "Dark hair, like your mum's." But now that I think about it, her eye looked different. Different how? I don't know, just not right somehow. The way she was looking in, it was like she was searching for something. Elena shuddered. "Can we talk about something else now?" We tried to have a normal day after that. We watched movies, played board games, but there was this undercurrent of tension that wouldn't go away. That night, none of us wanted to sleep in my room. We dragged blankets and pillows to the living room and made a fort like we used to when we were kids. Mrs. Reyes thought we were being silly but didn't object. I made sure all the doors were locked before we went to sleep. I even checked all the closets and under beds, feeling ridiculous but needing to do it anyway. We left the TV on with the volume low for light and background noise. Despite our nervousness, nothing happened that night. No doors opened, no strange visitors. When my parents came home the next day, I was so relieved I nearly cried. Later, I overheard them talking to Mrs. Reyes in hushed voices in the kitchen. I couldn't make out everything they were saying, but I caught phrases like old house, probably just the wind, and overactive imagination. They were trying to rationalize what had happened, but I knew, and Elena knew, that it wasn't our imagination. A few days later, I asked Elena if she wanted to come over for another sleepover. She made up some excuse about having too much homework. When I pressed, she finally admitted the truth. "I'm sorry, Camilla, but I don't want to sleep in your house again. Because of what happened." She nodded. "I didn't want to tell you this, but that wasn't your mom I saw at the door. It looked like her at first, but the more I think about it, the more I realize it didn't really look like a person at all. That was the last time Elena ever stayed the night at my house. Lucia still comes over sometimes, but Elena always finds a reason not to come. My parents eventually replaced all the doors in the house that squeaked, saying it was time for an upgrade anyway. But I know the real reason. I still live in that house. I still sleep in that same bedroom. And sometimes, late at night when my parents are away, I think I hear the sound of a door slowly opening down the hallway. But I never open my eyes to check. Some things are better left unseen. Story 6. I've never really told this story to anyone except close friends because, well, it sounds completely insane. But I swear on everything I care about that this actually happened, and to this day, I'm 43 now, I still can't explain it. This happened back in 1995 when I was 13. We lived in this suburban neighborhood called Oak Ridge. Nice enough place. But our house always had this weird vibe to it. My mom used to joke that we got it for cheap because the previous owners thought it was haunted. I never really believed in that stuff back then, you know? Just thought it was silly grown-up talk. Our house had this kind of unusual layout. When you walked in the front door, it was positioned in this corner of the living room, and right next to it on the flat wall was this tall, thin mirror. It was one of those old-fashioned ones, the kind that shows your whole body. The way it was positioned, whenever you opened the front door all the way, it would completely hide the mirror. My mom liked it there because she could check herself before leaving the house. Anyway, it was a Saturday afternoon in summer, and my best friend Miguel was over. We were doing what we always did, playing video games in the living room. I think it was Mortal Kombat or maybe Donkey Kong Country, something on the Super Nintendo. My parents were out shopping, and my older brother Mark was supposedly at baseball practice. The windows were open because it was hot as hell that day. I remember the sound of the neighbor's sprinkler system going tick, 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 and the smell of freshly cut grass coming through the window. Miguel and I were sitting cross-legged on the carpet, maybe 4 or 5 feet from the TV. We had bowls of Cheetos between us, and our fingers were all orange. You know how it goes. We'd been playing for maybe an hour when suddenly the front door burst open. I remember it slamming against the wall with this loud bang that made both of us jump. My brother Mark came storming in, looking all pissed off like he usually did when something didn't go his way. He didn't even look at us, just stomped past us and headed straight for the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. As he went up, he was yelling something, but it was all garbled. I couldn't make out what he was saying at all. It sounded almost like he was talking underwater or something. The door was left wide open, letting in all that summer heat. I turned to Miguel and asked, "What did he just say?" Miguel just shrugged and said, "Dunno, man." Couldn't understand him. I paused the game and got up. I walked over to the base of the stairs and called up to Mark. "Hey, Mark! What's your problem?" I yelled up the stairs. No answer. "Mark! Mom said you're supposed to drive me to Jacob's house later." Still nothing. Mark! Complete silence. I could hear the ceiling fan in his room running, but nothing else. This was weird because his bedroom door was open. I could see it from the bottom of the stairs, and he definitely should have heard me. I was getting annoyed, so I turned around to head back to the game. That's when it happened. The front door, the door that was already wide open, suddenly swung open again, slamming into my back hard enough to knock me forward a few steps. Before I could even process what was happening, Mark pushed past me, shoved me with his elbow and said, "Move it, wuss, clear as day." Then he ran upstairs and slammed his bedroom door shut. I stood there frozen, my mind completely unable to make sense of what had just happened. I stared at the now open door. Well, it was already open before, but you know what I mean. Then looked back at Miguel. The look on his face is something I'll never forget. His eyes were wide, his mouth hanging open, and all the color had drained from his face. He'd dropped his controller, and it was lying on the floor between his legs. For a few seconds, neither of us said anything. "Dude," Miguel finally whispered. "What the actual hell?" Did you see that?" I asked, my voice shaking. Miguel nodded slowly. "Your brother was already upstairs. I saw him go up. And then he came in again," I finished. "But the door was already open," Miguel said. "It couldn't open again. That's not possible." We both just sat there, trying to process it. I remember feeling this cold sweat break out all over my body, and my stomach felt like I'd just gone down a really steep drop on a roller coaster. "Maybe we both imagined the first time?" I suggested. But even as I said it, I knew that wasn't it. "Both of us? The exact same thing? No way," Miguel said. "And I saw him go upstairs the first time. I watched him." I walked over to the door and looked at it closely, like there might be some explanation written on it or something. I closed it, then opened it again, testing it. It was just a normal door. I checked the mirror next to it. Also just a normal mirror, showing my pale, freaked-out face. "Let's go ask him," Miguel said. So we went upstairs to Mark's room. His door was closed, and I could hear his stereo playing, some Nirvana song. I knocked. "What?" he shouted from inside. I opened the door. Mark was lying on his bed, flipping through a Sports Illustrated magazine. He looked irritated at the interruption. "What do you want, twerp?" he asked. "When did you get home?" I asked. He looked at me like I was an idiot. "Like 2 minutes ago. Why?" "Did you come in twice?" I asked, knowing how stupid it sounded. "What are you talking about?" He rolled his eyes. "You came in the front door, ran upstairs, then somehow came in again and pushed me," I said. Mark sat up. "Are you on drugs or something? I came in once. The door was closed. I opened it. You were standing there like a moron, so I pushed past you. End of story." "But the door was already open," Miguel insisted. "We both saw you come in the first time. You went upstairs without saying anything we could understand." Mark just stared at us for a moment, then laughed. "You guys are freaks. Get out of my room." We left, but we knew what we'd seen. Back downstairs, Miguel and I tried every explanation we could think of. Maybe Mark was playing a prank, but how could he have gotten back outside without us seeing him? And why would he deny it? "Maybe it was like a glitch in the Matrix," Miguel suggested. We'd recently snuck into the theater to see The Matrix, even though we were too young, and the idea of reality not being what it seemed was fresh in our minds. "Or like a time skip or something," I added. "Like part of time repeated itself." None of it made any sense. We ended up just sitting there, our game forgotten, trying to come up with rational explanations. But there weren't any. The weirdest part was that as the hours passed, the memory didn't fade or start to seem less real, like most strange experiences do when you start to doubt yourself. If anything, it became more vivid. I could still hear the specific sound of the door hitting the wall twice. I could still see Mark coming up the stairs that first time, his mouth moving but the words coming out all wrong. When my parents came home later, we didn't tell them. What would we even say? Hey, Mark somehow entered the house twice at the same time. They'd think we were making it up. For the next few weeks, Miguel and I became obsessed with what happened. We'd take turns watching the front door, half expecting to see something weird happen again. We researched time glitches and reality shifts at the library. This was pre-internet for most kids, remember. We even tried to recreate the scene, with one of us playing Mark. But nothing unusual ever happened again. The house itself seemed different after that, though. I started noticing things I hadn't before. How certain rooms would be colder than others for no reason. How sometimes I'd hear footsteps when nobody was moving. How the lights would flicker even after my dad replaced all the wiring. That mirror by the front door seemed creepier too. Sometimes I'd swear I could see movement in it from the corner of my eye. But when I looked directly, there was nothing. Miguel stopped wanting to come over as much. When he did, he'd keep glancing at the front door, like he was expecting it to do something weird again. Eventually, we just sort of stopped talking about it. It was too bizarre, too impossible to explain. As we got older, we drifted apart like a lot of childhood friends do. He went to a different high school, got into different stuff. I'd see him around town sometimes and we'd nod or wave, but that was about it. But here's the thing, about 5 years ago, I ran into Miguel at a gas station. We were both filling up our cars, and we recognized each other right away. We did the usual catch-up thing, jobs, marriages, kids, all that. And then there was this pause in the conversation, and we both just knew what the other was thinking about. "I still remember," he said quietly, "that thing with your brother." "Me too," I replied. "Never figured it out." "Never saw anything like it again," he added, shaking his head. "But I know what I saw. And that's the thing that stayed with me all these years. We both know what we saw, even though it should have been impossible. Reality broke that day, just for a minute, and only Miguel and I noticed. I don't live in that house anymore. My parents sold it years ago, after my dad got transferred for work. I've looked it up online a few times, curious about who lives there now, wondering if they've experienced anything strange. As far as I know, there haven't been any reported hauntings or weird phenomena there. Maybe whatever happened that day was just a one-time thing, a hiccup in reality. But every once in a while, when I'm alone at night and my mind starts wandering, I think about that day and get the same chills I got back then. How could something so impossible have happened? What does it mean about the nature of reality or time or whatever? I don't have the answers. All I know is that on that hot summer day back in 1995, my brother both had and hadn't already entered our house. He was upstairs and outside at the same time. And no matter how much time passes, no matter how many rational explanations I try to come up with, I can't shake the knowledge that something truly unexplainable happened in that house. I've never told my wife about it. I've never told anyone except Miguel, because who would believe it? Hell, I wouldn't believe it if someone told me. But it happened. And nearly 30 years later, I still don't have an explanation for how my brother walked through an already open door. Story 7. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that day at Pinecrest Manor. It's been 8 years, but I remember every detail like it was yesterday. You know those stories where people see shadows or hear weird noises? I used to think those were the scariest paranormal experiences possible. Now I know better. Let me start by giving you some background. When I was 14, our house was absolute chaos. My oldest brother Marco, his wife Elena, and their 2-year-old daughter Laura had temporarily moved in with us while their new house was being renovated. So it was my parents, my 2 brothers, Marco's family, and me all crammed into one space. Don't get me wrong, Pinecrest Manor was big, It's this old colonial-style house my parents bought when I was like 5. But with 8 people, it still felt crowded. My mom adored having her granddaughter around, even though it wasn't great for her health. She had this heart condition that made any physical activity exhausting for her. But she'd still chase Laura around and pick her up whenever she cried. My dad would always tell her to take it easy, but you know how grandmothers are with their first grandchild. Anyway, this happened on a Friday in October. I remember because I had plans to go to the mall with my friends after school. There was this new video game coming out, and we were all hyped about it. The school day dragged on forever, and by the time I got home, I was ready to drop off my backpack and head out. I walked through the front door around 3:30 in the afternoon, calling out to see who was home. The house seemed weirdly quiet, except for some clattering from the kitchen. I went to check and found my mom cooking something that smelled amazing, probably her famous beef stew. But what caught my attention was baby Laura scooting around in her walker, banging a plastic spoon against the hardwood floor. "Hey Mom, I'm heading out to meet Jason and Chris at the mall," I said, already reaching for a cookie from the jar on the counter. My mom glanced up, looking tired. "Oh, Victor, thank goodness you're home. Could you watch Laura for a while? Everyone went grocery shopping and I need to finish prepping dinner." I groaned internally. Everyone? Why didn't they take Laura with them? I was trying not to sound annoyed, but I had been talking about this mall trip all week. "Marco's car is getting too crowded with all the shopping they need to do. They'll be back soon, I promise. Just an hour or so." She wiped her hands on her apron and gave me that look that meant the discussion was over. I texted my friends to go without me, grabbed another cookie, and resigned myself to babysitting duty. "Come on, Munchkin," I said to Laura, who giggled and followed me in her walker as I headed to the living room. I flipped on the TV and found some cartoon channel. Laura seemed pretty entertained by the bright colors and silly voices. I settled on the couch, keeping one eye on her as she rolled around the room in her walker, occasionally stopping to watch the screen. After about 20 minutes, she started getting fussy, so I went to the kitchen and grabbed some Cheerios and a juice box. Getting the straw into the juice box was a struggle with her grabbing at it, but eventually I managed. She happily munched on the cereal and sucked on her juice while I checked my phone, bummed about missing out with my friends. Time dragged by. 1 hour turned into nearly 2, and I was getting irritated. Laura had finished her snack and was getting bored with the cartoons. I decided to entertain her by playing chase, which was basically me walking slowly around the couch while she giggled and tried to catch up in her walker. We were on our 3rd lap when I heard the front door open and shopping bags rustling. Finally, my dad walked in carrying what looked like 10 grocery bags at once. "Victor, come help bring in the rest of the groceries," he called out. I jumped up from the couch. "Be right there!" I glanced at Laura to make sure she was okay, then hurried toward the door. There were at least 20 more bags in the trunk, and I made a couple of trips back and forth. My brother Marco was unloading bags from his car too. On my 3rd trip inside, I suddenly realized I didn't see Laura anywhere. She must have rolled toward the door when I wasn't looking and slipped outside. Panic hit me like a truck. I dropped the bags on the kitchen counter and ran back outside. "Has anyone seen Laura?" I asked, trying not to sound as freaked out as I felt. Marco looked up from the trunk of his car. "What do you mean? She's right here." He pointed to his back seat, where Laura was strapped into her car seat chewing on a toy giraffe. I blinked, completely confused. But she was just inside with me. We were watching cartoons. Marco laughed. "No way, dude. She's been with us the whole time. Elena wouldn't go anywhere without her. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost because my brother's smile faded." "You okay, Victor?" "Yeah, Never mind." I grabbed the last of the groceries and went inside, my mind racing. Maybe I was more tired than I thought, but it had felt so real, watching cartoons with Laura, giving her Cheerios, playing chase around the couch. Had I imagined the whole thing? At lunch, I decided to clear things up. The whole family was gathered around the table, and I figured someone would get a laugh out of my confusion. "Sorry, I let Laura wander outside earlier," I said casually, reaching for the bread basket. "I got distracted with the groceries." The conversation around the table stopped. Everyone looked at me strangely. "What are you talking about?" Eleanor asked, adjusting Laura on her lap as she tried to feed her some mashed potatoes. "When I was watching her before you guys got back from shopping," I explained, "she must have followed me out the door when I went to help with the groceries." My mum put down her fork. "Victor, Laura wasn't here with you. I was cooking alone when you came home." My blood ran cold. "But you asked me to watch her while everyone went shopping." My mum shook her head slowly. "No, honey. Laura went with them to the market. I never asked you to watch her." "But we watch cartoons together," I insisted, my voice getting higher. "I gave her Cheerios and a juice box. We played chase around the couch." The silence that followed was deafening. My dad and Marco exchanged concerned glances. "Victor," Elena said softly, "Laura has been with me all day. We never left her here." I looked at Laura, happily smashing food on her high chair tray, then back at my family. "But I wasn't imagining things. I swear I was with her for almost 2 hours." My older brother Alex, who was usually the skeptic in the family, spoke up. "Remember the footsteps we hear upstairs sometimes when no one's there? And how the lights in the basement keep turning on by themselves?" Our house had always had weird things happening. Doors that closed on their own, cold spots in certain rooms, whispers in empty hallways. We'd kind of gotten used to it over the years. My parents would sage the place occasionally and joke about our friendly ghost, but we'd never experienced anything quite like this. "Check the living room," I said suddenly. "There should be Cheerios on the floor and an empty juice box by the couch." My dad got up and walked to the living room. When he came back, his face was pale. "There are Cheerios scattered around the carpet," he confirmed, "and a juice box with the straw pushed in." Everyone went quiet again. Laura babbled happily in the silence, oblivious to the heaviness in the room. "Could it have been a dream?" my mom suggested weakly. "Maybe you fell asleep on the couch." I shook my head. I was wide awake. I texted Jason and Chris to tell them I couldn't make it to the mall because I had to babysit. I pulled out my phone and showed them the messages with timestamps. That night, none of us slept well. I kept thinking about what it meant. Had I spent the afternoon playing with some kind of ghost that looked exactly like my niece? Was it trying to trick me? Or was it just playing? The next morning, Marco went through the security camera footage from our front porch. We had installed cameras after someone had vandalized mailboxes in the neighborhood last year. The footage showed everyone leaving for shopping, with Laura clearly visible in Marco's car. It showed me coming home from school later. But the really freaky part came about an hour after I'd arrived. The footage showed me opening the front door and looking around outside, then turning back to speak to someone at my knee level, exactly where Laura's walker would have been. But there was nothing there, just empty space. In the video, I was clearly talking and gesturing to thin air. We've tried to come up with logical explanations. Carbon monoxide poisoning, stress hallucination, even some elaborate prank, though no one has confessed. But nothing explains why there were actual Cheerios on the floor and a real physical juice box that someone had drunk from. We've had other weird experiences in the house since then. Items disappearing and reappearing in strange places, more unexplained noises, even a few shadowy figures glimpsed out of the corner of your eye. But nothing has ever affected me like the day I spent babysitting a ghost that perfectly mimicked my niece. Marco and Elena moved out a month later when their house was finished. I sometimes wonder if whatever I interacted with that day knew they would be leaving and wanted one last afternoon of play. Or maybe it was something more sinister, testing to see if it could fool me into thinking it was Laura. The strangest part is, when I asked my mom about that day recently, she admitted something she hadn't told us before. While I was supposedly watching the ghost Laura, my mum said she kept hearing me laughing and talking in the living room. She assumed I was on the phone with friends. She never once came in to check on me during those 2 hours, which is weird because my mum is super nosy. When I asked why she didn't mention hearing me before, she just shrugged and said, "I thought you were embarrassed enough already. I didn't want to make it worse." I'm 18 now in college, and I still can't make sense of what happened that day. I've read about doppelgangers and spirits that can take physical form, but nothing quite matches my experience. Whatever it was, it ate real food, drank real juice, and moved a physical walker around our house. The most disturbing thought, the one that still keeps me up some nights, is, what if I hadn't realized it wasn't really Laura? What if Marco hadn't come home when he did? Would that thing have just kept pretending? And what would have happened when night fell? I don't have answers, but I know what I experienced. I spent an afternoon babysitting something that wasn't human, but looked exactly like my niece. And sometimes, when I visit my parents' house and hear the faint sound of a plastic walker rolling across hardwood floors from an empty room, I know it's still there. Story 8. I've been going back and forth about sharing this for months. Every time I start typing, I delete everything. But I need to get this out there. Maybe someone has experienced something similar. Maybe I'm not crazy. I don't know. Some background. I'm not the kind of person who believes in the supernatural. I have a master's in astrophysics. I teach at the community college. I'm the guy friends come to when they want a rational explanation for something weird. I've always been able to find those explanations, until what happened at my old apartment. This all started about 7 months ago. I was living in a 2-bedroom apartment in Maplewood, a quiet town where nothing ever happens. It's just your average suburb with strip malls and chain restaurants. I'd been there for 3 years with my dog Sadie, a lab mix, and my cat Felix. Never had any problems. The building was from the 70s, but it had been renovated recently. Nothing special or creepy about it. I remember exactly when things changed. It was a Tuesday evening in January. I was watching some documentary on Netflix, just a regular night, when I suddenly got this overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone. Not like my pets were there, I mean like someone was watching me. The hair on my arms stood up, and I felt a chill go down my spine. I actually paused the TV and looked around my living room, but obviously no one was there. I tried to shake it off, but that feeling stayed with me all night. When I went to bed, I double-checked all the locks, front door, balcony door, windows. Everything was secure. The next morning, I woke up and went to let Sadie out. The front door was unlocked. I remember standing there, hand on the doorknob, trying to figure out how that was possible. I knew I'd locked it. I always lock it. I've never been careless about home security. I chalked it up to being tired and forgetting, even though I specifically remembered checking it. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. I became obsessive about checking the locks before bed. I even started recording myself on my phone locking the door, so I'd have proof I wasn't losing my mind. But every morning, no matter what I did, the door would be unlocked. Around the same time, Sadie and Felix started acting strange. Sadie's always been this happy tail-wagging goofball, but she stopped wagging her tail altogether. She started spending nights sitting by the front door, sometimes softly growling, sometimes barking at nothing. Felix, who used to sleep at the foot of my bed, began hiding under furniture. I'd find both of them huddled together in corners of the apartment, which was weird because they'd never been particularly close before. The feeling of being watched intensified. It got to where I couldn't concentrate on anything while I was home. I'd be grading papers and suddenly feel like someone was standing right behind me. I'd spin around in my chair, heart racing, but there was never anyone there. The strangest part was that as soon as I left the apartment, the feeling would disappear completely. I started staying at the college library until it closed, just to avoid being home. About 3 weeks in, something happened that I still can't explain. I went to bed wearing a t-shirt and basketball shorts, my usual sleepwear. When I woke up the next morning, I was wearing a different t-shirt and sweatpants. The clothes I'd been wearing were neatly folded in my dresser drawer. I live alone. No one has keys to my place except the building manager, who lives 30 minutes away and has no reason to come in and change my clothes while I sleep. I started keeping a journal of all the strange occurrences. Maybe that was a mistake, because once I began documenting everything, the incidents seemed to escalate. I came home from work one afternoon to find furniture tipped over throughout my apartment. Not like a burglar had ransacked the place, just individual pieces toppled over. My coffee table was flipped upside down. A bookshelf was lying face down. My dining table was on its side. Nothing was broken or stolen. My electronics were all still there. Another time I woke up to find about an inch of water covering my kitchen floor. No pipes were leaking, no faucets were left on. The water just appeared overnight. The worst part was when I started finding scratches on my body. Not deep ones, but definitely noticeable. On my back, my arms, my legs, places I couldn't have scratched myself in my sleep. I took photos of them with timestamps, thinking maybe I was sleepwalking and hurting myself somehow. And the smell, God, the smell that would come and go. Like something rotting, I cleaned every inch of that apartment, checked the vents, under appliances, inside cabinets, couldn't find the source. It would be overwhelming for hours and then completely disappear, only to return later. I'm not an idiot. I checked for carbon monoxide, had the building manager inspect for gas leaks, had an exterminator look for animals that might have died in the walls. Nothing. I even went to my doctor, who referred me to a psychiatrist. I spent 2 days in a mental health facility for evaluation. They found nothing wrong with me, no hallucinations, no psychosis, nothing that would explain what I was experiencing. I asked my best friend, Mark, to stay over one night. I didn't tell him why, just said my heat was out and I needed a place to crash. He agreed to come to my place instead. He lasted exactly 3 hours before he left. Said he couldn't explain it, but he felt like someone was watching him the whole time. Said he heard what sounded like footsteps in my hallway when we were both sitting in the living room. When I told him I'd been experiencing the same things for weeks, he looked at me like I was crazy and said, "Man, how are you still living here?" Good question. I guess I stayed because I needed proof. I needed to understand what was happening. I'm a scientist. There had to be an explanation. Then things got physical. I was sound asleep one night when I felt hands grabbing my ankles. Before I could even process what was happening, I was being dragged out of my bed. I grabbed the headboard and screamed, but the pulling was so strong. When it finally stopped, I turned on every light in the apartment and checked every room, closet, under the bed. Nothing. The next morning, I found 3 long scratches down my side, like someone had clawed me while pulling me. After that, the front door started banging violently in the middle of the night. Not like someone knocking, like someone inside the apartment was trying to break the door down from the inside. The first time it happened, I grabbed a baseball bat and approached the door. The banging stopped the moment I got close. The door was still locked from the inside, deadbolt and chain still in place. I installed security cameras in every room in my apartment. I watched the footage obsessively. Sometimes there would be glitches. The video would freeze or go black for a few seconds. During one of these blackouts, a kitchen chair moved across the room. On the footage, 1 second it was at the table, then the video cut out for maybe 2 seconds, and when it came back, the chair was against the wall. The breaking point came when I fell down the stairs leading up to my apartment. Something grabbed the back of my neck. I felt fingers, cold and strong, and then I was tumbling down. I broke 2 fingers and had to go to the ER. The doctor asked how it happened, and I said I tripped. What was I supposed to say? Something invisible pushed me. That night, from my couch with my hand in a splint, I started looking for a new place to live. I found another apartment across town and moved out 2 weeks later. I broke my lease and lost my security deposit, but I didn't care. I just needed to get out. Here's the weirdest part. The day I moved into the new place, everything stopped. Sadie started wagging her tail again. Felix came out of hiding. The feeling of being watched disappeared completely. No more unlocked doors. No more unexplained scratches. Nothing. It's been 4 months now since I moved. I haven't experienced a single strange thing in my new apartment. Sometimes I drive past the old building and wonder if whoever lives in my old unit is going through the same thing. I've thought about leaving them a note, warning them. But what would I even say? Before all this, I would have laughed at anyone who talked about paranormal experiences. Now I don't know what to believe. I'm still a scientist. I still believe most phenomena can be explained rationally. But I also know what happened to me was real, and I have no explanation for it. Sometimes I wonder if I should have stayed longer, tried harder to document what was happening. But then I remember the feeling of those hands on my ankles, pulling me from my bed, and I know I made the right choice getting out of there. I've never shared this story with anyone except Mark, who refuses to talk about it. I'm sharing it now because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I need to know I'm not crazy. Because even though I've moved on with my life, I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, convinced I'm being watched. I still check my door 3 times before bed to make sure it's locked, and I still have no idea what was in that apartment with me. Story 9. I've never been the type to share personal stuff online, but I need to get this off my chest because it still freaks me out when I think about it. I've had this weird feeling my entire life, this absolute certainty that I was going to die young in some random accident. Not like I was suicidal or anything, just this gut feeling that followed me everywhere. I can't remember a time when I didn't have it. Growing up in Harborview, small coastal town, you probably haven't heard of it, I would sometimes tell my mom about this feeling. I'd say things like, "I'm not going to make it to 40, Mom." She hated when I talked like that. She'd always cut me off and say, "Morgan Williams, don't you dare say such terrible things." Then she'd make me knock on wood or do some other superstitious thing to cancel it out. But the feeling never went away. I remember when I was about 12, I had this vivid nightmare where I was just walking down the street, and then everything went black. I woke up sweating, absolutely convinced I had just experienced my own death. I tried explaining it to my mum the next morning, but she just got upset and told me to stop watching scary movies before bed. As I got older, the feeling got more specific. I became convinced it would be some kind of freak accident, something so random and unexpected that no one could possibly prepare for it. Not a car crash or anything normal like that. Something bizarre that would make the local news because of how strange it was. Fast forward to December of 2019. I was 39 years old, married to my husband Jake for almost 10 years, living in a decent 2-story house about 15 minutes from where I grew up. Life was pretty normal. I worked as an office manager at a dental practice. Jake was a high school history teacher. No kids, just us and our dog, Cooper. Then I got sick. Really sick. It started as what I thought was just a cold, but it turned into this brutal chest infection that left me completely bedridden. I had a fever that wouldn't break, and this horrible cough that made it feel like my lungs were being ripped apart. The doctor gave me antibiotics, but they barely seemed to help. My mom, who was 72 at the time, insisted on coming over to take care of me, even though I told her not to. She had COPD and was on oxygen part-time, so being around someone with a respiratory infection was absolutely the last thing she should have been doing. But that was my mom, stubborn as hell, and always putting everyone else before herself. She showed up with homemade soup and her special tea that she swore could cure anything. She spent the whole day cleaning my house, doing my laundry, and making sure I was comfortable. I was too weak to argue with her. She kept saying, "You do the same for me, sweetie." 3 days later, Mom called me, and I could immediately tell something was wrong. Her breathing was labored, and she could barely get a sentence out without having to stop for air. Jake drove to her house and took her straight to the hospital. The doctors admitted her right away. Severe pneumonia, they said. Her already compromised lungs couldn't handle the infection she'd caught from me. I was still sick myself, but I dragged myself to the hospital as soon as I could stand up without getting dizzy. The sight of her in that hospital bed, hooked up to all those machines, oxygen mask over her face, it broke me. And the guilt, God, the guilt was overwhelming. She was there because of me. For a while, the doctors seemed hopeful. They had her on the strongest antibiotics and oxygen and all kinds of treatments. But on Christmas Day, fucking Christmas Day of all days, the doctor took me aside and told me they were out of options. Her lungs were too damaged, and the infection wasn't responding to treatment anymore. They said she'd never be coming home. I spent every moment I could at her bedside. I held her hand and told her stories and apologized over and over for getting her sick. Sometimes she was lucid enough to squeeze my hand back, but most of the time she was just gone, lost in a haze of medication and pain. She died 6 days later on New Year's Eve. I was holding her hand when she took her last breath. The worst part is that in those final moments, she opened her eyes, looked right at me and said, "It's not your time yet." Then she was gone. The next few months were a blur. January, February, March. I barely remember them. I was just going through the motions, consumed by grief and guilt. Jake tried his best to help me through it, but I was in a place he couldn't reach. By summer, I was at least functional again. I went back to work, started cooking dinners again, even managed to occasionally laugh at Jake's terrible dad jokes. But the emptiness where Mom had been was still there, this constant ache that never quite went away. In late August, about 8 months after Mom died, Jake and I were having a rare good day. It was a Saturday, warm but not too hot, and we decided to have a barbecue for dinner. Nothing fancy, just the two of us in our backyard with some burgers and beers. Jake was setting up the grill while I was prepping the food in the kitchen. I took the plate of burger patties outside and put them on the little side table next to the grill. That's when I first heard it, this weird dripping sound, like water falling onto something metal. I looked around, confused. We hadn't had rain in weeks, and there were no water sources nearby. The sound was coming from somewhere above us. "Jake, do you hear that?" I asked. He stopped what he was doing and listened. "Yeah, what is that?" "Could the air conditioner be leaking?" Our unit was mounted on the second floor, right above where we were standing. Jake squinted up at it. "I don't see anything, but I'll go check it from inside." As he went into the house, I stayed by the grill, still trying to figure out where the dripping sound was coming from. That's when I heard something else. It sounded like a woman yelling, but far away, like she was calling from down the street. I couldn't make out the words. I stepped away from the grill and walked toward our fence, thinking maybe a neighbor needed help. The voice got clearer as I moved, but it still didn't sound like it was coming from any particular direction. It was just there. Then I heard it clear as day. "Fucking move!" It was my mom's voice, unmistakable. The same voice that had yelled at me when I was 16 and almost backed her car into a ditch. The same voice that had cheered at my college graduation until she was hoarse. It was so sudden and so real that I didn't even think. My body just reacted. I took a large step to my right, and not even a second later I felt something heavy brush against my left leg as it crashed to the ground with a deafening bang. I fell backward onto the grass, more from shock than anything else. When I looked up, I saw our air conditioning unit A massive metal box lying exactly where I had been standing not 2 seconds earlier. It had grazed my leg as it fell. I had a nasty scrape running from my knee to my ankle, but that was it. If I hadn't moved. Jake came running out of the house, eyes wide with panic. "Holy shit! Morgan, are you okay?" I couldn't speak. I just sat there on the grass, staring at the air conditioner, my whole body shaking. Jake helped me inside and patched up my leg while I tried to explain what had happened. How I'd heard my dead mother's voice tell me to move. How she'd saved my life. He didn't say I was crazy, which I appreciated. He just held me while I cried and shook and tried to process that I had just narrowly escaped death. Later that night, after Jake had called someone to come look at where the AC unit had been mounted, turns out the brackets had completely rusted through. The building inspector had missed it when we bought the house. I remembered something that sent ice through my veins. Years ago, maybe when I was in my mid-20s, I was at a girls' night with some friends from work. We'd had a few too many glasses of wine, and somehow we got onto the topic of my weird premonition about dying young. Most of my friends just laughed it off, but one of them, Tara, got kind of serious and asked me what kind of freak accident I thought would kill me. Without even thinking about it, I had said, "I don't know, like an air conditioner falling on me or something." The memory was so clear, so specific. I hadn't thought about that conversation in years, but sitting there on my couch with my bandaged leg, I remembered it perfectly. I'd literally predicted the exact way I would die, and then my dead mother had saved me from that exact fate. The next few days were strange. I kept expecting to hear Mom's voice again, but there was nothing, just silence. I found myself talking to her anyway, thanking her over and over for saving me. Jake caught me doing it a couple of times and just gave me a sad smile. That was 2 years ago. I just turned 41 last month, officially outliving the age I always thought I'd die by. The weird thing is, that feeling of doom I carried my whole life. It's gone, completely vanished after the air conditioner incident. For the first time in my entire life, I feel like my future is open, like I might actually get to grow old with Jake. I still miss my mom every day. I still feel guilty that my illness led to her death, but I also feel like she gave me one final gift. She sacrificed herself to change my fate. She died so that I wouldn't, and then she made damn sure of it by saving me from beyond the grave. I don't expect anyone to believe this story. Hell, sometimes I wonder if I made the whole thing up, if the stress and the grief just made me hear things that weren't there. But then I look at the scar on my leg, and I remember the absolute certainty I felt when I heard her voice. That was real. She was real. I don't know what happens after we die. I've never been particularly religious, but I know that somehow my mom was there when I needed her most, and I like to think that she's still watching over me, making sure I live the full life she always wanted for me. So that's my story. I've never told it to anyone except Jake. It feels good to get it out, even if no one believes me. I just needed to tell someone how my mother saved my life, 8 months after she died. Story 10. I still can't fully process what happened that night. It's been almost 2 years, and I still wake up sometimes with my heart racing, thinking about those things. I've never shared this publicly before, but I need to tell someone who might believe me. My therapist thinks it was mass hysteria or some kind of shared hallucination, but Nick, Nate, and I know what we saw was real. It was December 26th, just after midnight, 12:10 a.m. to be exact. I remember checking the time right before everything started. We'd spent Christmas Day with our families and decided to meet up afterward. We were just 3 normal teenage guys looking to hang out at Ramona Beach in Hawke's Bay. Nothing unusual about that. We'd gone there dozens of times before to chill, listen to music, and talk about life. I'd picked up Nick and Nate in my dad's old Subaru Outback around 11:30. We grabbed some snacks from the gas station. Those cheese and bacon rolls that Nate always insists on, plus some energy drinks, and headed to the beach. It was a warm summer night, typical for December in New Zealand. The sky was clear with this incredible blanket of stars. I remember commenting on how bright the Milky Way looked as we pulled into the empty parking lot. We'd been sitting there maybe 30 minutes, windows down, music playing low, just talking about school ending and our plans for university next year. Nick was rolling a cigarette. His parents would have killed him if they knew, when I noticed something strange along the shoreline. "Hey guys, you see that?" I pointed towards the beach, where some lights seemed to be moving. At first I thought it was just someone walking with a torch, maybe some late-night fisherman. Nick leaned forward between the front seats. "What the hell is that?" The lights were moving in a way that didn't make sense. They weren't bouncing like someone walking would cause. They were gliding. And there wasn't just one or two. There were dozens appearing now, maybe 50 or more. I turned down the music completely. Should we go check it out? Nate, who'd been quiet until then, grabbed my arm. His hand was ice cold. "Don't, Dan. Something's not right." As my eyes adjusted, I could see they weren't regular flashlights. They were perfect rectangles of incredibly bright white light, almost too white, like nothing I've ever seen before. And they were being held, or somehow attached to, these tall, dark figures. "What the actual fuck are those?" Nick whispered. The figures were humanoid, but wrong. They stood maybe 6 to 8 feet tall, completely black, like walking shadows against the night. They seemed to be wearing something like robes with pointed hoods. But what freaked me out most was how they moved. They weren't walking on the sand. They were floating at least 2 feet above the ground. I remember my mouth going completely dry. I couldn't swallow. My hands started shaking on the steering wheel. "We need to leave," Nate said, his voice cracking. "Dan, start the car." But I couldn't move. I was transfixed by what I was seeing. These beings were arranged in some kind of formation along the beach, their rectangular lights pointing in different directions, like they were searching for something. In what was probably the dumbest decision of my life, I flashed my headlights, just once, a quick on-off. Every single one of those lights stopped moving. Then, like a synchronized dance, they all turned in our direction. "Why the fuck did you do that?" Nick hissed. I don't know, I stammered, fumbling with the keys in the ignition. That's when we saw them. Rising behind the smaller beings were 2 enormous figures, at least 20 feet tall, but with the same shape, the same hooded, robed appearance. They towered over the others, and even from the distance of the parking lot, their presence felt overwhelming, ancient, powerful. I managed to hit the central locking button just as the smaller beings began to move toward us. They didn't run or walk. They literally shot across the beach toward our car at impossible speed, still hovering above the ground. "Go, go, go!" Nate was screaming now, but the engine wouldn't turn over. The beings surrounded the car in seconds, moving in a perfect circle around us, creating this blur of motion that made me dizzy just watching. Their lights were so bright, they lit up the inside of the car like it was midday. I'll never forget what happened next. I looked out my window and found myself face to face with one of the massive beings. It had somehow crossed the distance from the beach in an instant. There was no face under the hood, just darkness. But the hood itself had this shape, like those old photos of KKK hoods, but there was nothing human about it. The being wasn't threatening me physically, but I felt this overwhelming pressure in my head, like something was pushing against my thoughts. Nick and Nate were pressed against their seats, frozen. Later they told me they were also looking directly at the other tall entity through their windows. Somehow, impossibly, the being was at all our windows simultaneously. Nate started crying. Not sobbing, just silent tears streaming down his face. "They're talking to me," he whispered. "In my head." I felt it too. Not words exactly, but impressions. Curiosity from the smaller ones circling us. Wariness from the 2 larger beings. They were studying us, but there was something else. A kind of ancient intelligence, that made me feel like an insect under a microscope. One of the tall beings suddenly vanished from beside the car, just blinked out of existence. Then we saw it reappear near the public toilet block about 30 meters away. The concrete structure seemed to distort around the being, and then this brilliant white light began to emanate from it. Not like the rectangular lights the others carried, but like a doorway or portal made of pure light. The other tall being remained beside our car, and I swear I could feel it giving commands. The smaller beings immediately stopped their circular motion and formed a perfect single-file line. One by one, they flew, not walked, not ran, but literally flew, toward the portal, disappearing into the light. The last to enter was the second tall being. It turned toward our car one final time, and I felt something like a warning pulse through my mind. Not a threat exactly, but a clear message. This wasn't for us to understand. Then it too entered the portal, and the light collapsed in on itself until there was nothing but the dark toilet block. For several seconds we sat in complete silence, none of us able to form words. Then Nate started hyperventilating. "We need to get out of here," Nick said, his voice barely audible. "Dan, please start the car." This time, when I turned the key, the engine roared to life. I slammed it into reverse, nearly hitting the wooden barrier behind us, then shifted and floored it out of the parking lot. As we sped down the coastal road, I kept checking the rearview mirror. That's when I noticed the green Corolla behind us. Its headlights were unnaturally white, the same impossible whiteness as the rectangular lights the beings had carried. "There's a car following us," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Nick turned around to look. "How is that possible? There was no one else at the beach." The road from Ramona Beach is essentially one way in and out for several kilometers. There's nowhere to pull over, no side roads. Just beach on one side, hills on the other. I pushed the car faster, reaching 120 kilometers per hour, but the Corolla maintained the same distance behind us. Then something happened that still makes no logical sense. As we rounded a bend, I saw the same green Corolla ahead of us, driving in the same direction. "That's not possible," Nate whispered, seeing it too. "That's the same car. How can it be behind us and in front of us?" I checked the rearview mirror again, and the car was still there following. Somehow it was in two places at once. When we finally reached the main highway, I pulled over at a gas station just to collect ourselves. We were all shaking uncontrollably. As we sat there trying to breathe, the green Corolla and what looked like a black or silver car of the same model drove around the nearby roundabout, circling it once, twice, then headed off in different directions. The drive home was silent. What could we possibly say? We dropped Nate off first. He didn't say a word, just got out and walked zombie-like to his front door. Nick was next, and before he got out, he grabbed my arm. "We never tell anyone about this," he said. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated with fear. "No one would believe us anyway." I nodded, "But here I am telling you all. I need someone to believe us. I need to know we're not crazy." In the days that followed, we tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was some kind of military exercise, a prank with drones, but nothing explains how these things moved, how they seemed to communicate with our minds, how that car could be in two places at once. Nick refuses to talk about it now. Nate moved to Australia for university, and we've lost touch. I think he's trying to forget. I've gone back to Ramona Beach during daylight a few times since then, looking for, I don't know what. Evidence? There's never anything unusual. Just a normal beach, a normal toilet block, normal people enjoying the sun. But I won't go back at night. Never again at night. Sometimes I still feel them in my dreams. That pressure against my mind, that sense of being observed by something ancient and utterly alien. They weren't ghosts or demons or anything from human mythology. They were something else entirely. Something from somewhere else, maybe some other dimension that intersects with ours in ways we can't comprehend. I don't know why they were there that night or what they wanted. I don't know if they'll come back. All I know is that the world is stranger and more terrifying than most people realize. And some nights when I look up at the stars, I don't feel wonder anymore. I feel watched. Story 11. I've never told anyone about this. It's not the kind of thing you can just bring up in conversation, you know? Hey, by the way, I've been stalked by impossibly tall shadow figures since I was a kid. Yeah, that would go over well. But after what happened with my dog last week, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. Maybe I'm not going completely insane. They've been with me for 16 years now. 16 years of being watched, observed, studied. I was 6 or 7 when I first noticed one. My parents had just tucked me in for the night and left my bedroom door slightly ajar, the way I liked it. I was drifting off to sleep when something made me open my eyes. There in the doorway was a tall, impossibly thin shadow. At first I thought it was my dad checking on me, but this figure was way too tall, 8 or 9 feet at least, with its head almost touching the top of the door frame. I remember rubbing my eyes, thinking I was dreaming, but when I looked again, it was still there, just watching me. I didn't feel threatened exactly, but something about its stillness was deeply unsettling. I remember calling out, "Dad!" And the moment I did, the figure seemed to jolt, like it was startled that I could see it. Then it quickly slid behind the doorframe and was gone. I told my parents the next morning, but they just smiled and said I had an active imagination. Classic, right? I might have believed them too, except it happened again and again. Always the same pattern, a tall, dark figure observing me from doorways or around large objects like bookcases or trees. They'd watch until I noticed them, then seem surprised and dart away. After a while, I started calling them peekers, because that's what they did. They peeked at me from hidden spots. Throughout elementary school, I'd see them maybe once every other week. I learned pretty quickly not to mention them to anyone. My 3rd grade teacher suggested I might need to talk to someone after I mentioned the tall shadow person that watched me during recess from behind the equipment shed. My parents got concerned phone calls. I became the weird kid. So I shut up about it. By middle school, I'd almost convinced myself they were just some bizarre visual phenomenon unique to me, maybe some misfiring neurons or an overactive visual cortex. I got really into science around then, desperate to explain what was happening. I read about shadow people, hypnagogic hallucinations, even rare forms of epilepsy that can cause visual disturbances. None of it quite fit what I was experiencing. The peekers never threatened me, never approached me, never communicated in any way. They just watched. But living with constant observers is its own kind of hell. I never knew when I'd look up and see one of them standing there, impossibly tall and thin, their featureless faces angled down toward me, the way they'd freeze when I noticed them, then dart away. It was almost like they thought they were being sneaky, but weren't actually very good at it. High school was particularly rough. The peekers seemed more frequent then, maybe once a week. I'd be sitting in class and glance at the doorway to see one looming there, its head tilted slightly as if in curiosity. Or I'd be in the shower and catch a glimpse of one peering around the bathroom door through the gap in the curtain. It got to where I was constantly checking doorways, corners, anywhere they might be lurking. My friends thought I was just jumpy or paranoid. They had no idea. I never managed to get a photo or video of them. I tried, believe me. But they always noticed me noticing them before I could grab my phone. And they moved so quickly, unnaturally quickly, once spotted. Just a blur of darkness and then nothing. By college, I'd developed coping mechanisms. I always sat with my back to a wall. I kept my dorm room door closed at all times. I tried to avoid being alone in new or unfamiliar places. But they still found me. Library stacks, the laundry room at 3 in the morning, the empty classroom where I'd gone to study in peace. always watching until I spotted them, then vanishing with that same startled motion. It's been 16 years now, 16 years of being surveilled by entities I can't explain. I've seen dozens, if not hundreds of them over the years, and they all behave exactly the same way. I've tried to approach them a few times, but they always retreat too quickly. I've shouted at them, pleaded with them to explain what they want, but they never respond. Just watch, get caught and flee. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I've questioned my own sanity more times than I can count. I'm 32 now, with a stable job in software development, maybe because I'm so used to looking for patterns and logical explanations. My own house in Pinehurst, and until recently, I was managing okay. I had almost made peace with my strange observers. Then last Tuesday happened. It was around 9 in the evening. I was in my living room working on my laptop, with my back to the wall as usual. My dog Cooper, a 3-year-old golden retriever mix, was snoozing on the floor near my feet. Outside, a thunderstorm was brewing, the first big one of the season. The wind was picking up, rattling the windows, and I remember thinking that it was a perfect night to just stay in and code. Cooper suddenly lifted his head, ears perked forward, eyes focused intensely on something behind me and to my left. My heart immediately started pounding. There shouldn't be anything there, just the entrance to the hallway that leads to the bedrooms. I positioned my couch specifically so I could see anyone coming from that direction. But Cooper was staring, completely alert now, a low whine building in his throat. Every instinct told me not to look. As long as I didn't look, I could pretend whatever was there wasn't real. But Cooper's whine turned into a whimper, and he scrambled to his feet, backing away from whatever he was seeing, his tail tucked between his legs. I slowly turned my head. There it was, a pika. Standing in the hallway entrance, its impossibly tall form hunched slightly to fit under the ceiling. This one seemed darker than usual, more solid somehow, less like a shadow and more like a hole in reality. It was perfectly still, watching me with a face that had no features I could discern, just a smooth darkness where features should be. But this time, something was different. It wasn't just watching me. Its featureless face was angled slightly toward Cooper, who was now pressed against the far wall, trembling. My dog could see it. My dog could see it. 16 years of questioning my sanity, 16 years of wondering if I was hallucinating or if there was something medically wrong with my brain, and now I had confirmation that something else could perceive these entities. The relief almost overshadowed my terror. I wasn't crazy. The pikas were real. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, the pika's attention snapped fully back to me. There was that familiar jolt of surprise, but it didn't immediately dart away as they usually did. It lingered for a moment longer, its featureless face somehow conveying what I could only interpret as curiosity. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice shaking. Cooper let out a bark, a fearful warning sound, and that seemed to break the spell. The pika moved with that unnatural speed, sliding behind the wall and vanishing. Cooper immediately rushed to the hallway, hackles raised, sniffing frantically at the empty space where the entity had been. I sat frozen on the couch, my laptop forgotten on my lap, as Cooper investigated the hallway. He moved from room to room, checking each one with nervous energy, occasionally looking back at me as if asking for explanation or reassurance. I couldn't give him either. The storm outside intensified, rain now lashing against the windows, but I barely noticed. My mind was racing. If Cooper could see the pikas, what did that mean? Were they physical beings of some kind, interdimensional travelers, aliens, ghosts? Or was I somehow projecting my hallucinations onto my dog? I called Cooper back to me, and he came reluctantly, still glancing nervously toward the hallway. I held him close, feeling his heart racing as fast as mine. We stayed like that for a long time, both of us watching the hallway entrance. The Pika didn't return that night, but sleep was out of the question. I kept the lights on and moved with Cooper to the guest bedroom, which had fewer entry points than my master bedroom. I closed and locked the door, then wedged a chair under the handle for good measure. Cooper refused to settle, pacing the small room and occasionally freezing to stare at corners or the closet door. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and exhaustion. Cooper's behavior has completely changed. He's constantly vigilant, especially in the hallway where we saw the Pika. He refuses to enter certain rooms alone, particularly my home office. Sometimes he'll suddenly start growling at empty doorways or corners, his eyes tracking something I can't see, at least not in that moment. I've installed security cameras throughout the house, but so far, they haven't caught anything. I don't know if that's because the Pikas can somehow avoid detection, or if they simply haven't returned yet, or maybe the cameras are catching them, but they appear as normal shadows or digital glitches that I'm overlooking. What terrifies me most is the change in their behavior. For 16 years, they've followed the same pattern: watch, get noticed, flee. But that night, the Pika lingered even after I spotted it. It was interested in Cooper. It seemed more present somehow, more aware. Are they escalating, evolving, getting braver? And why me? Why have they been watching me since I was a child? What do they want? I'm writing this from a hotel room 30 miles away from my house. Cooper is curled up on the bed beside me, occasionally lifting his head to stare at the bathroom door. I've triple-checked that the door is locked, the chain is on, and the curtains are tightly closed. But I know it doesn't matter. Distance has never deterred the Pikas before. Just before I started writing this, Cooper suddenly sat up, his attention fixed on the corner of the room near the TV. I didn't see anything there, but I've learned to trust his senses now. He whined softly, then looked at me with an expression I've never seen on him before. Something between fear and resignation. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to talk to. How do you explain to anyone that you've been stalked by impossible shadow figures for most of your life? That your dog can see them too? That they might be getting bolder? All I know is that right now, in this hotel room, I feel that familiar prickling sensation at the back of my neck. The one I've felt countless times before, right before turning to find a Pika watching me. Cooper feels it too. He's standing now, staring at that same corner, his tail tucked low. I'm afraid to look, but I know I will. I always do. They're waiting for me to notice them. They always are. They've been watching me for 16 years, and I still don't know why. Story 12. I've been holding this in for weeks now, but I don't think I can keep quiet anymore. Something is happening in my house that I can't explain, and it's getting worse. I need to tell someone who might understand because my friends think I'm just being paranoid, and my mom says I need to stop watching those ghost hunting shows. For context, I'm a single mom with 2 kids. Emma is 11 and Ethan just turned 2 in March. We've lived in our house in Riverside Heights for about 3 years now. It's nothing fancy, just a standard 3-bedroom in a quiet suburb. The kind of neighborhood where everyone has trampolines and above-ground pools in summer. Ever since we moved in, there have been little occurrences. You know, the kind of stuff that makes you pause, but you end up brushing off. Lights turning on when nobody's touched the switch. The ceiling fan in the living room randomly starting up in the middle of the night. The TV turning itself off during Emma's favorite shows. I always found logical explanations, faulty wiring, power surges, whatever. I'm not someone who jumps to ghost as my first conclusion. But what happened last Thursday morning changed everything. I can't stop thinking about it, and I'm honestly scared to be alone in my own house now. It was around 10 in the morning. Emma had stayed home from school with a sore throat, and we were all in the living room. I was folding laundry while Emma was recording Ethan dancing to some kiddie song on my phone. You know, just a normal morning. Ethan was stomping around in circles like toddlers do, giggling his head off. Emma was laughing, trying to get him to do silly moves for the camera. That's when I heard it. This weird bloop sound, like a digital noise, but not from my phone. I looked around, confused, trying to figure out where it came from. Then I heard clicking, repetitive clicking. "Do you hear that?" I asked Emma, who was still focused on recording Ethan. "Hear what?" she asked without looking up. The clicking continued, getting faster. "That clicking sound, where is it coming from?" She paused the music, and we both listened. The clicking was clearer now, a distinct plastic-on-plastic sound that was rhythmic, almost mechanical. "It's coming from the kitchen," Emma said, putting down my phone. I walked over to the breakfast counter that separates our kitchen from the living room, and that's when I saw it. One of the kids' walkie-talkies was sitting there, and the little red light was flashing. The button on the side was being pressed and released over and over again. Nobody was touching it. I froze. I'm not exaggerating when I say my blood went cold. I could actually feel the goosebumps racing up my arms. "Mom?" Emma was right behind me now. "Why is it doing that?" The kids had been playing with those walkie-talkies the day before. They're just cheap plastic toys Emma got for her birthday from her aunt. Nothing fancy. I reached out toward the device, but I couldn't bring myself to touch it. The button kept depressing and releasing all on its own, making that clicking sound each time. "Where's the other one?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Emma shrugged. "I don't know. We put them away yesterday." The clicking suddenly stopped. For a few seconds, there was total silence in the house. Even Ethan had stopped babbling and was staring at us from the living room. Then I did something I still can't believe. Instead of grabbing that walkie-talkie and throwing it in the trash, which would have been the sensible thing to do, I said, "Hello? Is someone there? Please stop doing that." The walkie-talkie crackled with static, and then, God, I get chills just typing this, a woman's voice came through, distorted but unmistakable. "Help!" It was a scream. A desperate, terrified scream. Emma gasped and jumped back, bumping into the fridge. I nearly fell over. Ethan started crying. "Where's the other walkie-talkie?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "Emma, where did you put it?" We both started frantically searching the house. Emma ran to her room while I checked Ethan's, the bathrooms, everywhere. I was in full panic mode, convinced someone had broken into our house and was somehow using the walkie-talkies to mess with us. "Mom!" Emma called from the living room. "It's right here!" I ran back to find her pointing at the couch. The other walkie-talkie was sitting on one of the cushions, partially hidden under a throw pillow. It hadn't been there when we started looking. I'm certain of it. We had all been sitting on that couch just minutes before. I picked it up with shaking hands. It was turned off. "This doesn't make sense," I said. "If this one's off, how did we hear someone through the other one?" Emma looked at me with wide eyes. Maybe it picked up someone else's frequency? Like a neighbor has the same kind or something? I wanted to believe that explanation so badly. I mean, these were cheap toys. It's totally possible they could pick up other signals, right? But even as I tried to convince myself, I knew that didn't explain the button pressing itself. I turned the second walkie-talkie on and pressed the talk button. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Nothing but static. "Did you hear someone scream help?" I asked Emma, still hoping somehow I had imagined it. She nodded vigorously. "It was a lady. She sounded really scared." I turned both walkie-talkies off and put them in a drawer. I told Emma they probably just needed new batteries and were malfunctioning. I could see she didn't believe me. The rest of that day, I tried to act normal, but I kept thinking about that voice. What if it really was someone in trouble? What if someone nearby was being hurt and somehow managed to hijack our frequency? I almost called the police, but what would I say? "Officer, my kid's toy walkie-talkie picked up someone screaming for help." They'd think I was crazy. That night, after the kids were in bed, I took the walkie-talkies out and examined them. They were brand new, barely used. The batteries were fresh. There was absolutely no explanation for why the button would press itself. I put them in the garage, thinking maybe distance would help. It didn't. Over the next few days, weird things started happening more frequently. The bathroom faucet turned on by itself when no one was in there. The baby monitor picked up static and whispers when Ethan was sleeping soundly. Doors that were closed would be open when I came back to a room. I started documenting everything on my phone, taking pictures of doors I had closed, checking the time when strange noises happened. But the most disturbing thing is Ethan. My son has a speech delay. He only knows maybe 20 words, mostly simple stuff like mama, more, and juice. His pediatrician isn't concerned, says some kids just talk later than others. But 3 days ago he pointed to the hallway leading to our bedrooms and clearly said, "Ghost room." I almost dropped him. "What did you say, buddy?" "Ghost room," he repeated, jabbing his finger toward the hallway. Then he laughed, like it was the most normal thing in the world. I've never exposed my kids to anything scary. No horror movies, no ghost stories, nothing. Emma knows not to talk about scary stuff around her brother. There's absolutely no way he should know that word or what it means. Yesterday morning, it got even worse. Ethan woke up with a small scratch on his arm. Nothing serious, just a little red mark. When I asked him what happened, not expecting an answer given his limited speech, he looked at me with those big toddler eyes and said, "Ghost, boo-boo, and Band-Aid." 4 words in a row. From my speech-delayed 2-year-old. 4 words he's never said before in a coherent sentence. Emma refused to sleep in her own room last night. She said she keeps hearing breathing when she's trying to fall asleep. Not her own breathing, someone else's, right next to her ear. I let her sleep with me, and Ethan was already in his crib in my room. I moved it there after the ghost room comment. Around 3 in the morning, all the lights in the house turned on simultaneously, every single one. I know because I was awake, just staring at the ceiling, too scared to sleep. The sudden brightness made Emma wake up screaming. It took me an hour to calm her down. I don't know what to do. I've thought about moving, but I can't afford it right now. I'm a single mom working as a dental receptionist, not exactly rolling in cash. And with the housing market the way it is, where would we even go? I've never believed in the paranormal before, but I'm running out of rational explanations. Something is in our house, something that can manipulate electronic devices, that scratched my son, and that seems to be communicating through him now. Last night, after Emma finally fell back asleep, I sat in the darkened kitchen with a cup of tea, trying to make sense of everything. The walkie-talkies were still in the garage, but I could swear I heard that clicking sound again, faint but distinct. I whispered into the empty room, "What do you want? Why are you doing this?" No answer came, but the temperature dropped so suddenly I could see my breath. In August, in a house with no air conditioning. I grabbed my phone to take a picture of the vapor cloud from my breath, but as soon as I opened the camera app, the phone died. It had been at 84%. When I plugged it in this morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. There was a new video in my gallery that I didn't record. It's just 7 seconds long. A blurry shot of Ethan's empty crib, then a quick pan to my bedroom doorway where there's a dark shape that could be a shadow or could be a person standing there. The video ends abruptly with what sounds like a whisper, but I can't make out the words. Emma saw the video when she was using my phone earlier today. She's refused to go back into any room of the house alone since then. She keeps asking if we can go stay with her aunt or my mum. I tried calling a local paranormal investigation team I found online, but they haven't called back yet. I'm not even sure I believe in that stuff, but I'm desperate for any kind of help or explanation. The worst part is the feeling I get when I'm alone in a room now, like I'm being watched, like someone is standing right behind me, breathing on my neck. I keep spinning around, expecting to see someone there, but there's never anything visible. But I know something is there. I can feel it. This morning I found Ethan's teddy bear sitting perfectly centered on our kitchen table. I had put it in his crib last night. When I picked it up, it was ice cold, like it had been in a freezer. When I showed it to Ethan, asking if he had moved his bear, He just pointed to the empty space beside him and said, "Lady put it." "What lady, buddy?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He smiled and waved at the empty air. "Lady sad, lady hurt." I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. I'm sitting in my car in the driveway because I couldn't stand being in the house anymore. But I can't just leave my kids with a babysitter and not come back. Whatever is in my house, I don't think it's going away. The walkie-talkie incident was just the beginning. It's getting stronger, bolder. I think it's trying to communicate, but I'm terrified of what it might want to say. If anyone has experienced anything like this or has any advice, please help. I'm scared for my kids. I'm scared for myself. And most of all, I'm scared of what might happen tonight when the sun goes down and we're alone in that house again with whatever is trying to reach out to us. Update. I just got a text from Emma, who's inside with Ethan watching TV. She says the walkie-talkies are both on the coffee table now. They were in the garage when I left the house 10 minutes ago. I'm going back inside. I don't know what to do, but I can't leave my kids in there alone. Story 13. I never believed in ghosts. Thought it was all nonsense, honestly. The stuff of campfire stories and bad TV shows. That changed 3 years ago when my wife Rebecca and I bought our dream home in Oakwood. It's this gorgeous 1890s Victorian with all the original hardwood floors, crown molding, and a wraparound porch that sold us immediately. Sure, the place needed work, but the character was worth it. We joked about how old houses come with quirks, and maybe ghosts, but it was all in good fun back then. We'd occasionally hear weird noises, creaks in the night, the sound of footsteps when no one was there, but we'd laugh it off. "That's just our friendly ghost," Rebecca would say. I'd roll my eyes and remind her about settling foundations and old pipes. I had an explanation for everything. Until last December 22nd. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, looking for any rational explanation. 3 weeks have passed, and I'm finally working up the courage to write this down, partly because I need to tell someone who won't think I'm losing my mind, and partly because I'm terrified it's going to happen again. It was a Monday night, nothing special. Rebecca and I had just finished watching some Netflix show. I can't even remember what it was now. She wanted to stay downstairs to finish wrapping some Christmas presents while I headed up to bed around 11. I was exhausted from work and fell asleep almost immediately after my head hit the pillow. I'm not sure how long I was out before it happened. Maybe 20 minutes? I was in that weird half-sleep state when I felt the mattress depress beside me. You know that feeling when someone sits or lies down next to you? The way the weight shifts? That's exactly what I felt. In my groggy state, I assumed Rebecca had finished wrapping and had come to bed. I didn't open my eyes, just mumbled something like, "Hey, babe," and started drifting back to sleep. Then I heard the kitchen sink running downstairs. My eyes shot open. If Rebecca was downstairs using the sink, who the hell was in bed with me? My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I slowly turned my head to look beside me, afraid of what I might see. The bed was empty, but the depression in the mattress was still there, like someone invisible was lying right next to me. I reached out a shaking hand and touched the spot. The mattress instantly flattened, as if whatever had been there had gotten up. I swear I felt a cold spot in the air above the bed. I've never moved so fast in my life. I jumped out of bed, flipped on every light switch I could reach, and practically flew down the stairs, nearly breaking my neck in the process. Rebecca was standing at the kitchen sink, rinsing some cups we'd used earlier. She looked at me like I was crazy, wild-eyed, breathing hard, probably white as a sheet. "What's wrong?" she asked. When I told her what had happened, she tried to convince me it was just a dream, but I know what I felt. I know it wasn't sleep paralysis or hypnagogic hallucination or whatever term people use to explain away the unexplainable. Something was in our bed. We checked the entire house, closets, underbeds, the attic, basement, everything. All doors and windows were locked. No one could have gotten in. Rebecca eventually calmed me down enough that we went back to bed. But I didn't sleep a wink that night. I just lay there, rigid, staring at the ceiling until dawn broke. I convinced myself it was a one-time thing. Maybe stress from work, maybe too much caffeine too late in the day. I'm good at rationalizing. But then came the next night, December 23rd. Rebecca and I had just gone to bed around 10:30. We were both exhausted from the previous night's lack of sleep. We'd been lying there maybe 5 minutes, both still awake, when we heard it, our daughter's scooter, shooting across the hardwood floor in our dining room downstairs. We both sat bolt upright. Our daughter wasn't even home. She was staying at her grandparents' for the night, and her scooter was supposed to be in the garage. "Did you hear that?" Rebecca whispered. I nodded, already reaching for the baseball bat I'd put under our bed after the previous night. We went downstairs together this time. The dining room was empty, no scooter in sight. We checked the garage. The scooter was exactly where it should be, propped against the wall. We did another sweep of the house, nothing unusual, no signs of entry, nothing moved or disturbed. We were about to head back upstairs when Rebecca grabbed my arm so hard her nails dug into my skin. "Listen," she hissed, and then I heard it. Footsteps. Someone was climbing our stairs. The stairs in our house are original to the building and notoriously squeaky. We've lived here long enough to recognize the distinct pattern of someone walking up them. The third step makes a high-pitched creak. The seventh step has a deep groan. And the landing at the top always pops loudly when stepped on. We were hearing that exact sequence. Creak, step, groan, step, and then the loud pop at the top. I ran to the bottom of the stairs, bat raised, ready to confront whoever was there. Rebecca was right behind me, already dialing 911 on her phone. There was no one on the stairs. I took them two at a time, heart pounding, praying our daughter's room was untouched. I reached the landing and saw the hallway was empty. Our daughter's room was exactly as we'd left it, empty, with the door closed. "James, check the baby gate," Rebecca called from behind me. "We keep a baby gate at the top of the stairs, a holdover from when our daughter was a toddler. We still use it to keep the cat from going downstairs at night and making noise." It was latched. Whoever or whatever had come up those stairs had gone through a locked baby gate without opening it. The police came after Rebecca's call. They were thorough, I'll give them that. They checked every inch of our house, the perimeter, even our neighbors' yards. Nothing. No evidence anyone had been in our home. They probably thought we were crazy or paranoid. The officer suggested it might have been the house settling or the pipes. I didn't bother explaining that neither of those things would make the exact sound of someone walking up our stairs. After they left, we went back to bed around 1 in the morning. Rebecca was clinging to me and I was holding her just as tightly. Neither of us said much. What was there to say? We both knew what we'd heard. About half an hour later, I heard a faint humming sound coming from across the hall. My office. It was a sound I recognized immediately. My laser cutter. I have a small hobby business making custom wooden signs and items. I use a professional-grade laser cutter that has a pretty powerful exhaust fan. The sound is distinctive, and it was definitely coming from my office, which should have been dark and silent. I nudged Rebecca. "Do you hear that?" She nodded, clutching my arm tighter. I got up, grabbed my bat again, and walked to my office door. The light was on inside. I could see it under the door. I hadn't been in my office all day, and I certainly hadn't left the laser cutter running. I pushed open the door slowly. The room was empty, but my laser cutter was powered up, the green indicator light glowing, and the exhaust fan was running at maximum speed. The control panel was lit up like a Christmas tree. I hadn't used that machine in over 6 months. It had been unplugged last I checked. I unplugged it again with shaking hands, checked every corner of the office, and went back to the bedroom where Rebecca was sitting up, wide-eyed and pale. The laser cutter was on, I told her, just turned itself on. We spent the rest of the night in our living room, lights on, TV playing in the background for noise. Neither of us slept. The next morning, while Rebecca was in the shower, I started researching the history of our house. I don't know what made me connect the dots, but I suddenly remembered that my first ghost experience had been exactly a year earlier, December 22nd of the previous year. I'd been home alone that night. Rebecca was visiting her sister with our daughter. I was in bed reading when I heard someone call my name from downstairs. It sounded exactly like Rebecca. I went downstairs to find an empty house and all the cabinet doors in the kitchen standing open. I'd written it off at the time. Must have left the cabinets open myself. The voice was just my imagination. But now, looking back, it was the exact same date. Something is happening in our house every December 22nd, and it's getting worse. It's been 3 weeks since that night, and things have calmed down somewhat. We still hear occasional noises, footsteps, doors closing when no one's there, the sound of whispering from empty rooms. But nothing as intense as what happened on the 22nd and 23rd. Rebecca wants to have a priest come bless the house. I'm not religious, but at this point, I'm willing to try anything. We've considered moving, but the housing market is terrible, and honestly, we love this house, or we did. We've been sleeping poorly, jumping at every creak and groan. Our daughter hasn't noticed anything, thankfully, or if she has, she hasn't mentioned it. Kids are more resilient than adults sometimes, I guess. Or maybe whatever is in this house doesn't bother her. The activity seems to be decreasing as we get further from December 22nd, which gives some credence to my theory about it being an annual event. But what happens next year? Will it be even worse? Are we in danger? I'm writing this now because I need to document what's happening before I start doubting myself again, before I convince myself it was all just a series of coincidences, or that I'm losing my mind. I know what I felt, I know what I heard, I know what I saw. There's something in our house, something that doesn't belong to this world. And whatever it is, it's getting stronger. I check the date every morning now, counting down the days until next December 22nd. 343 days to go. I don't know what we'll do when that day comes again. But I know we won't be sleeping that night. And maybe, just maybe, we'll finally get some answers about what haunts the house on Oakwood Drive. Or maybe we'll just become another story in the long history of this old house. Another family that moved out suddenly with no explanation given to the neighbors or real estate agent. Because some things you just can't explain to people who haven't experienced them. Some things sound too crazy to be believed, but I know what happened, and I'm terrified of what will happen next. Story 14. I still can't explain why I was so drawn to that abandoned medical center. It wasn't exactly what most people would call a dream property. I was in Beaumont, this beautiful little town in southern France, looking for investment opportunities, when my real estate agent mentioned there was an old medical facility on the market. He didn't seem enthusiastic about showing it, but something inside me nagged that I needed to see it. The moment we pulled up to the building, I felt this strange pull. It was a concrete structure from the 50s, about 400 square meters with all these old broken windows. The place had been abandoned for 5 years after serving as the town's main medical center for over 50 years. Graffiti covered most of the exterior walls, and when we went inside, it was even worse. Fixtures had been ripped out, examination rooms were trashed, and we had to enter through a damaged back door because the front entrance was completely boarded up. My agent kept apologizing for wasting my time, but I couldn't take my eyes off the place. While he was talking about demolition costs and land value, I was wandering through the corridors, touching the walls, feeling like I was meant to be there. I know how ridiculous that sounds. It was literally falling apart, but I felt like I belonged there. Before I even realized what I was doing, I made an offer. The agent looked at me like I was insane. Maybe I was, but the deal went through quickly. Nobody else wanted this eyesore. My friend Claire thought I'd lost my mind when I told her about my purchase, but she's always been supportive. When I mentioned I wanted to stay there before renovations started, she insisted on joining me. "No way am I letting you sleep alone in that creepy place," she said. I was grateful for the company, even though I didn't feel scared of the building at all, which was weird because I'm usually terrified of dark, abandoned places. We set up our makeshift living space in what used to be the doctor's offices, 2 rooms at the front of the building with the least damage. The former operating room became our kitchen since it had a sink that still worked, and we each claimed one of the public toilets as our bathrooms. It wasn't glamorous, but it had a certain charm to it. At least that's what I told myself. The strange experiences started almost immediately. I've always been somewhat empathic, sensitive to energies and impressions, but what I experienced in that medical center was on another level. I'd get these flashes, like momentary visions, of the building when it was operational. I could feel it buzzing with activity, see glimpses of medical staff moving through corridors, hear snippets of conversations, but it wasn't like watching a movie. It was like I was experiencing it from inside, as if I was part of the staff. At first, I didn't tell Claire about these moments. They were so brief and disorienting that I wasn't sure if my imagination was just running wild. But then, other things started happening that couldn't be explained away so easily. I'd be sitting in my makeshift bedroom, reading or sketching renovation plans, and catch movement from the corner of my eye. When I'd look up, there would be nothing there. I'd hear footsteps in the corridor outside when Claire was definitely in her room. Doors would open and close by themselves. Sometimes I'd hear whispers, too faint to make out what they were saying, but definitely human voices. The weirdest part was that none of this frightened me. In fact, I felt completely comfortable walking through that dark, abandoned building at night, without even a flashlight. If you knew me, you'd understand how out of character that is. I've always been terrified of the dark. As a kid, I slept with a nightlight until I was 15, and even as an adult, I check under my bed sometimes. But in that medical center, I felt safe. One night, about 2 weeks after we'd moved in, something happened that I still can't explain. I woke up around 2 in the morning to the sound of footsteps in the corridor. They were slow, deliberate steps coming toward my room. I sat up in bed, fully expecting Claire to knock on my door. Maybe she couldn't sleep or had heard something concerning. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. Then, very slowly, the handle turned and the door began to open. It moved gradually, like someone was trying not to wake me. It stopped when it was halfway open, and I could feel someone standing there looking at me, but I couldn't see anyone. "Claire?" I whispered, but there was no response. After about 30 seconds, the door gently closed itself, and the footsteps retreated down the corridor. I jumped out of bed and threw the door open, but the hallway was completely dark. No Claire, no anybody. I went to Claire's room and knocked softly. When she opened the door, bleary-eyed and obviously just woken up, I knew it hadn't been her in my doorway. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Did you just come to my room?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "No, I've been asleep." "Why?" I told her what had happened, and for the first time since buying the property, I saw genuine fear on her face. "Maybe we should stay somewhere else until renovations start," she suggested, but I shook my head. "I don't feel threatened," I told her. If anything, it felt like whoever it was just checking on me, making sure I was okay. Claire thought I was crazy, but she didn't push it. The next morning, she did some research on the building's history, asking locals if there had been any deaths there, any reason for it to be haunted. Most people just shared fond memories of the place. It had been the heart of the community for decades. Babies were born there, lives were saved there. And yes, people had died there too, but nothing unusual for a medical center. As the weeks turned into months, the strange occurrences continued. The footsteps checking on me at night became almost routine, happening every few days. I started to notice other patterns too. Sometimes I'd hear humming, a woman's voice humming old French songs, coming from what used to be the nurses' station. The sound would stop if I approached, but I never felt it was avoiding me, more like it was shy. What was strangest to me was the intense attachment I developed to the building itself. I became fiercely protective of it. When contractors suggested knocking down walls to create more open spaces, I refused. When an architect proposed modernizing the exterior, I nearly fired him on the spot. I wanted to restore the medical center, not reinvent it. Claire noticed my obsession too. "You talk about this place like it's a person," she said one evening as we shared a bottle of wine in our makeshift kitchen. "It feels alive to me," I admitted, "like it has a personality." "That's the ghost talking," Claire joked, but I didn't laugh. "I don't think it's a ghost, not in the traditional sense," I said. "It feels more like an imprint, someone who loved this place so much that part of them stayed behind." Over the next 2 years, I poured everything I had into the renovation. Financial resources, time, energy, all of it went into the medical center. I couldn't explain the compulsion I felt to restore it to its former glory. It was like I was fulfilling a promise, though I couldn't say to whom or why. During this time, many townspeople came by to share their memories of the place. One elderly woman, Madame Rousseau, had worked as a receptionist at the center for over 30 years. When she walked through the doors, she burst into tears. "Oh, they would be so pleased," she kept saying as she looked around at the partially completed renovations. Especially Nurse Leclerc. This place was her whole life. I felt a chill run down my spine. "Nurse Leclerc?" Madame Rousseau nodded. "Marie Leclerc. She started here when the center opened and stayed until she retired in the early 2000s. She never married, never had children. This place was her family." She looked around wistfully. She would come in early every morning and walk through each room, checking that everything was in order. And she was always the last to leave at night, making final rounds, making sure everyone was taken care of. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It matched perfectly with my experiences. The footsteps checking on me at night, the presence I felt watching over the building. "What happened to her?" I asked, almost afraid to hear the answer. "She passed away about a year after she retired," Madame Rousseau said. "They say she never adjusted to life without the medical center. She lived alone in a small apartment near here, and when they found her..." She paused, seeming unsure whether to continue. "Please," I urged. "They found her clutching an old photograph of the medical center staff. The paramedics said it looked like she was trying to get to the door, perhaps to come back here one last time." I felt tears welling up in my eyes, and a wave of emotion swept over me that I couldn't explain. It was grief, but not my own. It felt borrowed, as if I was feeling someone else's pain. As the renovation neared completion, my financial situation became precarious. I'd underestimated the costs, and despite getting a good deal on the property, I'd spent far more than I could afford. Reluctantly, I put the newly restored medical center on the market, hoping to at least break even. The night after I listed the property, I woke to the sound of crying. It wasn't loud, just soft, restrained sobs coming from somewhere in the building. I followed the sound to the former nurses' station, now converted into a reception area for what I hoped would become a wellness center or private clinic. "I'm sorry," I said aloud to the empty room. "I don't want to leave either." The crying stopped, and I felt a cold breeze pass through me, even though all the windows were closed. That night, I dreamed of a woman in a nurse's uniform from the 50s, walking through the corridors, touching the walls lovingly, straightening pictures, adjusting curtains. In my dream, She turned to me and smiled, and I knew without a doubt it was Marie Leclerc. The medical center sold quickly to a group of doctors who planned to reopen it as a family practice. On my last day, as Claire helped me pack up the few belongings I'd kept there during the renovation, I felt an overwhelming sadness that seemed too powerful to be just my own. Walking through each room one final time, I found myself talking aloud, reassuring whoever might be listening that the building would be cared for, that it would serve its purpose again, that people would be helped and healed within its walls. As I stood in the doorway for the last time, keys in hand, ready to give to the new owners, I felt a gentle pressure on my shoulder, like someone's hand resting there. The scent of old-fashioned lavender perfume filled the air for just a moment, and then it was gone. I've never been able to fully explain what happened during those 2 years. Was Marie Leclerc's spirit actually there, or did my empathic nature somehow tap into the emotional residue left behind by someone who had loved the building so deeply? I don't know. What I do know is that my connection to that medical center changed me. I've never felt such an intense bond to a place before or since. Sometimes I dream about those corridors, about the footsteps checking on me at night, about the humming from the nurse's station. And in those dreams, I'm not afraid. I'm home. I drive by the medical center sometimes when I'm in Beaumont. It's thriving now, filled with patients and staff, serving its purpose once again. And sometimes, just sometimes, when I look up at the second-floor window that used to be my bedroom, I could swear I see someone watching over the place, making sure everything is as it should be. A figure in white that disappears if I look too long. I don't tell many people about what happened there. They'd think I was crazy or that I'm making it up. But I know what I experienced. And somehow, I think Marie Leclerc knows that I understood her devotion to that place, that for a little while, I shared it with her. Story 15. I've never been what you'd call superstitious. Growing up with a physicist dad and a chemistry teacher mom in Manila's suburbs meant our household valued logic and evidence over folklore. My girlfriend Maria, on the other hand, has always been sensitive to things I couldn't see or understand. When we moved in together last year, I thought her beliefs were just cultural holdovers, charming quirks I could politely ignore while we built our life together in our first home. Our house isn't anything special by most standards, a modest corner lot with a reasonably sized backyard that had been left untamed for years before we bought it. The real estate agent mentioned the previous owners rarely ventured out there, preferring to leave it natural. At the time, I thought nothing of it, just an opportunity to create my dream garden space from scratch. The day after we moved in, Maria walked the property line with me, pointing out certain areas with unusual seriousness. "This corner," she said, stopping near a cluster of old banana trees, "feels heavy. There's something here." She explained that in Filipino culture, you should always announce your presence to unseen entities by saying, "Tabi tabi po," excuse me, before disturbing any land, especially when cutting trees or moving stones. I smiled and nodded, mentally filing it away as one of her cute cultural beliefs. "Tomas, I'm serious," she said, noticing my expression. "I've seen things since I was a child. My grandmother had the same gift. There are spirits here, old ones. They're territorial." I promised her I'd respect her beliefs, while secretly thinking it was all harmless superstition. I'd installed a security system that was protection enough in my mind. 3 weeks into living there, I decided to tackle the overgrown backyard. Maria was visiting her parents for the weekend, and I thought I'd surprise her with some progress. Armed with gardening tools, I started clearing brush and trimming back the wild growth. When I reached the banana trees Maria had pointed out, I remembered her warning but dismissed it. Why would invisible beings care about some old trees? I got to work with my machete, making quick progress. The work was exhausting, and I went to bed early that night, muscles aching but proud of what I'd accomplished. I woke around 3 in the morning, completely paralyzed. My eyes were open, but my body wouldn't respond to any commands. Panic flooded through me as I tried desperately to move even a finger. That's when I noticed the window curtains moving, even though all windows were closed. Something was crawling through them. I couldn't see it clearly, but I sensed its presence moving across the ceiling until it was positioned directly above me. I felt it staring down, studying me. The pressure in the room changed, like the air had become thick and heavy. I couldn't breathe properly. All I could do was lie there, my eyes darting frantically around, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was watching me. After what seemed like hours, but was probably just minutes, the pressure lifted suddenly, and I could move again. I shot up, drenched in sweat, heart racing. When Maria returned the next day, I reluctantly told her what happened. She crossed her arms and gave me that look. "You didn't say, 'Tabi tabi po' before cutting those trees, did you?" I admitted I hadn't. She wasn't angry, just concerned, explaining that sleep paralysis was often the first warning from disturbed spirits. "They're letting you know they're here," she said. "Next time, show respect." To please her, I began saying the ritual phrase whenever I worked in the yard over the next few weeks. "Tabi tabi po," before digging holes for new plants, before clearing any brush. I felt ridiculous, but it made Maria happy, and honestly, I hadn't had any more episodes of sleep paralysis. Then came the day I was installing an outdoor faucet on the side of the house. I was focused on getting the plumbing right and rushed through the job as storm clouds gathered overhead. I completely forgot the ritual phrase. It seemed insignificant. I wasn't even near the banana tree area, just digging a small hole near the foundation. That night, I dreamed more vividly than I ever had before. I woke up in our bed and felt compelled to check something in the backyard. The moment my feet hit the cool tiles of our floor, I knew something was wrong. The house felt different, familiar, but somehow altered. The hallway seemed longer, the shadows deeper. I stepped onto our back patio, and the yard I'd been working on for weeks was transformed. The recently trimmed grass was now wild and overgrown, reaching almost to my knees. The flower beds I'd carefully planted were gone, replaced by thick undergrowth and plants I didn't recognize. Moonlight illuminated everything with an unnatural bluish glow. A pathway I'd never seen before led deeper into the yard, seeming to extend far beyond the actual boundaries of our property. As I followed it, driven by a curiosity I couldn't explain, I noticed subtle movements in the foliage around me, like someone or something was keeping pace with me just out of sight. At a small clearing, I encountered an elderly man sitting on a wooden stool that I'd never seen before. His skin was weathered and dark, his white hair contrasting sharply in the moonlight. Beside him stood a small girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old, wearing a white dress that seemed to glow faintly. Something about her made my skin crawl. She wasn't moving like a child should. Her head remained perfectly still, while her eyes followed my every movement. "You should leave now," the old man said in Tagalog, his voice weary. "I can't hold her back much longer." I wanted to ask who he was, who the girl was, but my dream self seemed to understand the danger. I turned to go back to the house, but the path I'd followed was gone. Panic rose in my throat as I realized I didn't know which way to go. "The gate," the old man called after me. "Find the gate." I remembered our property had a side gate leading to the street. I pushed through the undergrowth, branches scratching my arms as I made my way toward where I thought the gate should be. When I found it, the padlock was broken, hanging uselessly from the latch. I'd checked that lock just yesterday. It had been secure. As I pushed the gate open, something made me turn around. There, at the edge of the yard, stood a figure unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with the body of a human but the face resembling an owl. Huge black eyes that reflected the moonlight, no visible mouth, just those enormous, soulless eyes staring directly at me. It didn't move or make a sound, but somehow I received a clear message in my mind. Do not test us. I ran through the gate and found myself not on our street but in another part of our yard I didn't recognize. The gate had led me deeper in rather than out. The night air had grown colder and fog was rolling in, obscuring my vision. I could hear sounds now, soft whispers in a language I didn't understand, the rustling of leaves with no wind to move them. I spotted our house in the distance and ran toward it, desperate for safety. When I reached the back door, I fumbled with my keys, constantly looking over my shoulder. I felt watched from every direction. As I pushed the door open, I glanced back one last time and saw the little girl standing at the edge of our patio. Except now, she wasn't a little girl at all. She had transformed into a tall, muscular man with tribal markings on his face and chest. He smiled at me, revealing teeth that had been filed to points. I slammed the door and locked it, leaning against it, breathing hard. The interior of our house was all wrong. The furniture rearranged, unfamiliar decorations on the walls, and it wasn't empty. Sitting in our living room were 5 men with similar tribal markings to the one outside. They were muscular, their skin darker than most Filipinos I knew. They wore only loincloths and had various weapons, spears and knives, leaning against their chairs. Their leader stood as I entered. He was massive, his chest and arms covered in intricate tattoos that seemed to move in the dim light. "You have disturbed our rest," he said in perfect English. "You have taken without asking." "I didn't know," I stammered. "I'm sorry. I'll fix it." He laughed, and the others joined in. "It is too late for that," he said, stepping closer. "Now you must feel what we feel." He raised his hand and made a punching motion toward me, though he was still several feet away. I felt an impact against my chest like I'd been hit by a car. The air left my lungs as I flew backward against the door, sliding down to the floor. I couldn't breathe, couldn't speak. The pain was excruciating and completely real. The leader approached, kneeling beside me. "Remember this pain," he whispered. "Remember we are always here. This is our land first." I woke up gasping, clutching my chest. Maria sat up beside me, alarmed. "Tomas, what's wrong?" I couldn't speak right away, still feeling the phantom pain in my chest. When I finally caught my breath, I told her everything. The dream, the old man, the girl who changed, the owl-faced entity, and the tribal men. As I spoke, her face grew increasingly pale. "Those are the Anito," she whispered, "the ancient spirits who lived here before, and the one with the owl face. That's something else entirely. Something older." I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, Maria called her mother, who came over immediately. She brought herbs and candles, instructing me on how to make a proper offering and apology to the spirits whose land I had disturbed. I felt ridiculous performing the ritual, but after what I'd experienced, I wasn't taking any chances. "You must mean it," her mother insisted. "They will know if you are sincere." So I apologized aloud to the empty air of our backyard, promising to always show respect and ask permission before making changes to the land. I placed offerings at the base of the remaining banana trees, a small plate of rice, coins, and flowers. The dreams stopped after that. No more sleep paralysis, no more visitors in the night. But I've never been the same. I notice things now, shadows moving when they shouldn't, whispers just at the edge of hearing, the feeling of being watched when I'm alone in the yard. I always say, "Tabi tabi po," before doing anything that might disturb the land, and I mean it every time. It's been 8 months since that night. I've become careful about what I disturb and how I treat our property. I've even started learning more about Filipino folklore and the ancient beliefs Maria's family has carried through generations. Sometimes at dusk, when I'm in the yard and the light is fading, I swear I can see that owl-faced figure standing at the property line, watching me with those huge black eyes. It never approaches, never threatens, just observes. A reminder that this land was never truly mine. I still shudder when I remember that night, The pain in my chest feeling so real, I later checked for bruises. There weren't any. I can't explain what happened to me in scientific terms, and I've stopped trying. Some things exist beyond our understanding, beyond what we can measure or prove. Now, when Maria senses something in our home or yard, I listen. When she says a corner feels heavy or a spot seems charged with energy, I trust her. I may not have her gifts, but I've experienced enough to know that respecting the unseen is not superstition, it's survival. The spirits here have gone quiet for now, but I feel them watching, waiting. I disturbed their peace once. I won't make that mistake again. We share this home now, an uneasy truce between worlds, and every night before bed I whisper a small thank you to them for allowing us to stay. Story 16. I've never been the type of person who believes in signs or anything like that. My mom's side of the family has always been into that stuff, talking about dreams having meanings and spirits contacting the living, but I just never bought into it. I guess that's why what happened 3 months ago shook me to my core. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and I'm not sure I'll ever be able to explain it. My great-grandmother Agatha passed away 3 years ago when I was 15. We weren't super close or anything, but I have fond memories of her. She was this tiny, fierce woman who loved her family albums more than anything in the world. She'd spend hours showing us old black and white photos, telling stories about relatives I'd never met. Those albums were her pride and joy, handmade scrapbooks dating all the way back to the 1890s. Some of them were falling apart, but she treated them like they were made of gold. Anyway, I'm rambling. I need to tell you about the dream. It was a Tuesday night in March. I remember because I had a biology exam the next day that I was stressing about. I finally fell asleep around midnight after cramming for hours. The dream started with me walking through this really weird room. It wasn't like any place I'd been before. The furniture arrangement made absolutely no sense. Couches facing away from each other, end tables in the middle of the room, and for some reason there were these Christmas trees scattered around even though it didn't feel like Christmas in the dream. The strangest part was these massive double doors on one side of the room, like the kind you'd see in a high school gymnasium. They were painted this awful mustard yellow color. I remember thinking how ugly they were. I wasn't alone in the room. There was this woman I didn't recognize who had let me in. She was probably in her 60s, with short silver hair and glasses that were too big for her face. She kept hovering around me, following a few steps behind and whispering, "Don't touch anything, dear. You're not supposed to be here yet." I had no idea what she meant by that, but I didn't touch anything. I just kept walking through this strange room until I spotted her, my great-grandmother Agatha, sitting on a faded green couch in the corner. She looked exactly like I remembered her, wearing one of those floral housecoats she always had on. But the weird thing was, she was typing on a computer, which made no sense because Agatha never used computers when she was alive. She hated technology. At her feet was this white dog, completely still like it was frozen. Its teeth were bared in a snarl, and even though it wasn't moving, I could hear it growling. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I walked closer to Agatha, and that's when she looked up and saw me. Her face changed immediately. She looked surprised, then confused, and finally concerned. "Eliza, what are you doing here?" she asked. Her voice was exactly how I remembered. That slight southern drawl, even though she'd lived in Willowbrook her whole life. "You shouldn't be here yet." That was the second time someone had told me that, and it made my skin crawl. I tried to ask her where here was, but my voice didn't work right in the dream. Agatha shook her head and turned back to her computer. "Well, since you're here, I suppose I should give you something." She stood up, completely ignoring the growling dog at her feet, and walked over to a cabinet I hadn't noticed before. She opened it, and inside were these small bottles filled with colored liquids. "You'll want my teen spirits and smells," she said. pulling out a few of the bottles. From the antique store. I had no idea what she meant. Teen spirits, smells, it made no sense. But Dreamy nodded like this was completely normal. Agatha looked at me suspiciously. Do you really want these? Be honest now. I don't want to give them to someone who doesn't appreciate them. I remember feeling this intense need to convince her. Yes, I want them, I really do. She studied my face for what felt like forever. Then the other woman, the one who had let me in, appeared next to us. Agatha, you should rest now, she said, taking my great-grandmother's arm. Agatha pulled away. I don't need help. I'm perfectly capable of walking on my own. But the woman insisted, guiding her toward a doorway I hadn't seen before. As they walked away, the woman looked back at me and smiled sadly. Something about her face suddenly seemed familiar, like I should know who she was. Your great-aunt says hello, Agatha called over her shoulder before disappearing through the doorway. That's when I woke up, drenched in sweat and with my heart pounding. The dream had felt so real. The textures of the furniture, the smell of Agatha's rose perfume, the sound of that frozen dog growling. I couldn't shake it off. Here's the thing. I never met my great-aunt. She died before I was born. I'd seen pictures of her, but that's it. In the morning, I looked at an old family photo, and there she was, the woman from my dream, exactly as I'd seen her. The dream stuck with me for days. I told my mom about it, and she got all weird and spiritual about it, saying Agatha was trying to communicate with me. I brushed it off as just a bizarre dream, the kind your brain cooks up when you're stressed about exams. But I couldn't stop thinking about those teen spirits and smells, and the way Agatha had questioned if I really wanted them. Fast forward to last weekend. My grandpa, Agatha's son, called and asked if I could come over to help him clean out some old boxes. He's been slowly sorting through Agatha's things since she passed, but there was still a ton of stuff in the attic. I drove over to his house on Saturday morning. It's this old two-story place on the edge of town, the kind with creaky floorboards and windows that never quite shut right. It smells like old books and the coffee he drinks all day long. When I got there, Grandpa was already up in the attic. I climbed the narrow stairs and found him sitting on the floor, surrounded by cardboard boxes. There was dust everywhere, floating in the beams of sunlight coming through the small round window. There you are, he said when he saw me. Thanks for coming over. I've been putting this off for too long. We spent the morning sorting through random stuff. Old clothes, Christmas decorations that hadn't been used in decades, kitchen appliances that probably didn't even work anymore. Around noon, Grandpa disappeared downstairs and came back with sandwiches and lemonade. As we sat on the dusty attic floor eating lunch, he suddenly got this distant look in his eyes. You know, he said quietly, I found something I think you might like. He got up and walked over to a corner of the attic I hadn't noticed before. There was an old trunk there, the kind with metal corners and a curved top. He unlocked it with a small key he kept in his pocket and lifted the lid. Inside were stacks of albums, my great-grandmother's famous family albums. I've been trying to figure out what to do with these, Grandpa said, carefully lifting one out. It was bound in faded red leather with the year 1912 embossed on the cover. Your great-grandmother spent her whole life putting these together. Seems a shame to just leave them in an attic. He handed me the album and I felt a chill run down my spine as I took it. The leather was cool to the touch despite the heat of the attic. I was thinking, he continued, that maybe you'd like to have them. You always seemed interested in the family history when Agatha would talk about it. I opened the album and there they were. Sepia-toned photos of people in stiff, formal poses. Great-great-grandparents I'd never met. Distant cousins whose names I didn't know. Agatha had labeled everything in her neat handwriting. Are you sure? I asked, looking up at my grandpa. And that's when he said it. The exact words that made my blood run cold. Do you really want these? Be honest now. I don't want to give them to someone who doesn't appreciate them. Word for word what Agatha had said in my dream. His tone, his expression, it was all identical. I nearly dropped the album. "Eliza, are you okay?" Grandpa asked, noticing my face. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't tell him why I was freaking out. How do you explain something like that? So I just nodded and said, "Yes, I want them. I really do." He smiled, satisfied with my answer. "Good. Agatha would be happy to know they're going to someone who cares about them." We packed up all 17 albums in a big cardboard box. As I was getting ready to leave, Grandpa disappeared into his bedroom and came back with a small wooden box. "One more thing," he said, handing it to me. "These were Agatha's. She collected them from antique stores all over the county." I opened the box, and inside were small vintage perfume bottles, exactly like the ones from my dream. The teen spirits and smells she'd talked about. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the box. What are these?" I managed to ask. "Perfume bottles," Grandpa explained. "Your great-grandmother collected them when she was a teenager. Called them her teen spirits. Funny how those old sayings stick around, isn't it?" I felt like I couldn't breathe. Teen spirits, the exact phrase from my dream. How could I have known that? I'd never heard Agatha call them that when she was alive. I drove home in a daze, the box of albums on my passenger seat and the small wooden box of perfume bottles on top. Every few minutes, I'd glance over to make sure they were real, that I wasn't still dreaming. When I got home, I carried everything up to my room and sat down on my bed, trying to process what had happened. I opened one of the albums at random. It was from the 1920s. As I flipped through the pages, something fell out. A faded photograph I hadn't noticed before. It was a picture of a room. The exact room from my dream, with the oddly placed couches and the ugly yellow gymnasium doors. Written on the back in Agatha's handwriting, "The Waiting Room, 1924. I don't know what to make of all this. I'm not a believer in ghosts or spirits or whatever, but I can't explain how I dreamed about a room I'd never seen, about conversations that would happen months later. I can't explain how I knew about the teen spirits when no one had ever mentioned them to me. The albums are sitting on my bookshelf now. Sometimes at night I swear I can hear the pages turning by themselves. Sometimes I catch a whiff of rose perfume when there's no source for it. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I hear a dog growling in the distance. I don't know if Agatha reached out to me from wherever she is now. I don't know if that waiting room is real or just some weird coincidence. All I know is that the dream came true in ways I can't explain. And now I have these albums that sometimes feel like they're watching me. I haven't told anyone else about this. They'd either think I was making it up or they get all weird about it like my mom did. But I needed to get it off my chest. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? A dream that came true in such specific ways? I'm still trying to make sense of it all, and honestly, I'm not sure I ever will. Story 17. I don't even know where to start with this. I've been sitting here for almost an hour trying to type this out, but my hands keep shaking. I haven't told anyone about this except my sister, and she thinks I should just move out. Maybe she's right. I don't know anymore. So here goes. I moved in with my boyfriend Marcus about 10 months ago. We've been together for just over 5 years now, and things have always been pretty normal between us. We've had our ups and downs like any couple, but nothing out of the ordinary. Marcus got his childhood home when his parents decided to retire to Florida last year. They sold it to him for a really good price, and we spent a couple months renovating it before moving in. New paint, some updated fixtures, nothing major. The house is in this quiet suburban neighborhood called Oak Ridge. Lots of families, good schools, the whole picket fence vibe. The first 7 months living here were completely fine. I was actually really happy with our decision to move in together. We both have decent jobs, the commute isn't bad, and we were finally building a life together. I felt like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. Then things started getting weird. It began about 3 months ago. I woke up around 3 in the morning to Marcus sitting bolt upright in bed. At first, I thought he was having a nightmare or something. He was breathing really heavily, and when I turned over to check on him, his eyes were wide open and fixed on a spot right above and behind me. Our bed is positioned with the headboard against the wall, and I sleep on the left side, with a nightstand next to me. Above the nightstand, I have this little net hanging where I keep some stuffed animals, just sentimental things from my childhood. "Marcus," I whispered, still half asleep. "What's wrong?" He didn't answer me. He just kept staring at that spot behind me with this expression of absolute terror on his face. I followed his gaze but couldn't see anything unusual, just my nightstand, the stuffed animals and the wall. I reached out to touch his arm, and he flinched so violently that I jumped. "Don't you see it?" he whispered, his voice shaking. "See what?" I sat up, fully awake now and starting to get scared. He blinked a few times, then shook his head as if clearing it. I thought I saw something." "Like what?" "A spider." I was already reaching for my phone to use as a flashlight. No, it was..." He trailed off, then lay back down. "It's nothing. Just a weird dream, I guess. Go back to sleep." The next morning I asked him about it while we were having coffee. He looked genuinely confused. "I don't remember waking up at all," he said, furrowing his brow. "You sure I wasn't just talking in my sleep?" I tried to describe what had happened, how he'd been sitting up, staring, how genuinely frightened he seemed. But he just shrugged it off. Said he must have been having a nightmare and didn't remember it. I might have forgotten about it too, except it happened again, and again, and again. Sometimes I'd wake up because he was sitting up or making noise. Other times I'd roll over in my sleep and find him already awake, propped up on his elbows, staring at that exact same spot. Always the corner where my nightstand sits, where my stuffed animals hang in their net. The worst part was his face during these episodes. Sometimes it was filled with terror, like that first night. But other times, it was completely blank, emotionless, like he wasn't even there. After the first few incidents, I started keeping track. At first, it was happening maybe once a week, then twice. By last month, it was almost every other night. And each time, when I'd ask him about it the next morning, he'd have absolutely no memory of it. I started to wonder if maybe he was sleepwalking or having some kind of sleep disorder. I suggested he see a doctor, but he brushed me off, saying he felt fine and was sleeping normally as far as he knew. "But you're not," I insisted. "You keep waking up and staring at the corner of our bedroom like you're seeing a ghost or something." That was the first time he got annoyed with me. "Charlotte, I think I'd know if I was doing that. You're probably dreaming it yourself." But I wasn't. I started taking pictures with my phone whenever it happened, to show him proof the next day. The photos were creepy as hell, just Marcus sitting up in the dim light from our window, his face either terrified or completely blank, staring at that same damn corner. When I showed him the pictures, something strange happened. He got defensive, like really defensive. "So what? I sit up in my sleep sometimes. Lots of people do weird things when they're sleeping. Why are you making such a big deal out of this? Why are you taking pictures of me without my permission?" I was stunned. This wasn't like him at all. Marcus has always been laid back, reasonable. We've rarely fought in our 5 years together. But suddenly he was snapping at me over something that should have concerned him too. Last week, things escalated. I woke up around 2 in the morning to find Marcus not just sitting up, but standing beside the bed, on my side, staring down at that corner. His eyes were wide open, his breathing shallow. I whispered his name, but he didn't respond. I reached out to touch his arm, and his head snapped toward me so fast I gasped, For a split second he looked at me like he didn't recognize me, like I was a stranger in his house. "Marcus," I said, louder this time, "what are you doing?" He blinked several times, then looked around, confused. "What? Why am I standing here?" "That's what I'm asking you," I said. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. He got back into bed, mumbling something about needing water, and was asleep again within minutes. The next morning, he had no memory of it as usual. When I brought it up, he got angry again. "Jesus Christ, Charlotte, will you drop this already? I'm under a lot of stress at work right now, and the last thing I need is you psychoanalyzing my sleep patterns." It's true that things have been tough at his office lately. His company is going through some restructuring, and he's been putting in longer hours. But we've been through stressful periods before. Job changes, family issues, financial worries, and nothing like this has ever happened. Not once in 5 years of sharing a bed. 2 nights ago was the worst yet. I woke up around 3. It's always between 2 and 4 in the morning, never earlier, never later, and Marcus wasn't in bed. I sat up, already feeling that familiar dread in the pit of my stomach. He was standing in the corner by my nightstand, his back to me, facing the wall. Just standing there, completely still. "Marcus?" My voice came out as barely more than a whisper. He didn't turn around, didn't move at all. "Marcus!" I said it louder this time. Slowly, so slowly, he turned his head. Not his body, just his head, twisting to look at me over his shoulder. His expression was completely blank, his eyes unfocused. Then, without a word, he walked back to bed, lay down, and was instantly asleep. I didn't sleep another minute that night. I just lay there, watching him, terrified he'd get up again. Yesterday morning, I decided I'd had enough. While Marcus was in the shower, I took everything off my nightstand. My lamp, my books, my moisturizer, everything. I took down the net with the stuffed animals. I even moved the nightstand itself to the other side of the room. If something in that corner was triggering these episodes, I was going to eliminate it. When Marcus came out of the bathroom and saw what I'd done, he froze. "What the hell is this?" he asked, gesturing to the empty space where my things had been. "I'd moved my stuff," I said, trying to sound casual. "I thought maybe something there was bothering you in your sleep." He stared at the empty corner for a long moment, then at me. "Put it back." "What?" "Put it back. All of it, now." His voice was calm, but had an edge to it I'd never heard before. "Marcus, I don't understand. I said put it back." He wasn't calm anymore. His face was flushed, and he was almost shouting, "This is my house, and I want everything exactly as it was." I was shocked into silence. Yes, technically it was his house. His name was on the deed, but we'd agreed it was our home. We'd never thrown ownership in each other's faces before. "Fine," I said quietly, and started putting everything back while he got dressed. He left for work without saying goodbye. Last night I lay awake for hours, watching the ceiling and dreading the moment Marcus would sit up and start staring at the corner again. But he slept peacefully until morning. For the first time in weeks, nothing happened. This morning over breakfast, he acted like nothing was wrong, like he hadn't yelled at me, like he hadn't been acting like a completely different person. He was just regular Marcus, smiling, asking about my plans for the day, kissing me goodbye as he left for work. I called in sick today. I couldn't face going to the office and pretending everything was normal, because it's not. I feel like I'm going crazy. Either that or... The thing is, I've been thinking about what Marcus's parents told us when they sold us the house. They seemed almost too eager to get rid of it, practically giving it away to their only son. They said they were just excited to start their retirement, but now I wonder. Marcus grew up in this house, in this very bedroom. Did he have these episodes as a child too? Is there something about this room, about that specific corner, that triggers something in him? Or is there something in that corner that only he can see? I checked the corner again today. I even pulled out the nightstand and looked behind it, checked the wall for anything unusual. There's nothing there, Just ordinary wall painted the same light grey as the rest of the room. I don't know what to do. I love Marcus. We've built a life together over 5 years, but something is very wrong, and he won't even acknowledge it, let alone talk about it or get help. I'm going to try one more thing tonight. I'm going to set up my phone to record video all night. I need to see if he does anything else, anything I might be sleeping through. And maybe having undeniable proof will finally convince him that something isn't right. But what if the camera catches something else? What if it shows what he's seeing in that corner? I'm not sure I want to know. Update. It's almost midnight now. Marcus came home late from work and went straight to bed. He's been asleep for about an hour. I've set up my phone to record, propped up on my dresser with a clear view of our bed and the corner. The battery should last until morning if I'm lucky. I'm sitting in the living room right now, trying to work up the courage to go to bed. I don't want to sleep in that room tonight. I don't want to be there when Marcus wakes up and stares at that corner again. But I also don't want him to know I'm recording, and if I sleep on the couch, he'll definitely ask questions. God, I can't believe this is my life right now. A week ago, I was worried about normal things, bills, work deadlines, what to get Marcus for his birthday next month. Now I'm afraid to sleep in my own bedroom. I'll update tomorrow after I've checked the recording. If there is a tomorrow. Sorry, that was dramatic. I'm just scared and exhausted and don't know what to think anymore. I know one thing, though. Whatever Marcus sees when he wakes up at night, it's watching us. I can feel it. Story 18. I still can't explain what happened to me 3 months ago. Honestly, I've been putting off writing about it because just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm back in that moment and the fear comes rushing back. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. It was a Tuesday evening in early February. Nothing special about the day, really. I'd been working from home, had a few Zoom calls, made dinner, the usual routine. Our house in Maplewood is pretty standard suburban fare, a 2-story with 3 bedrooms upstairs. I've lived here with my parents and my sister Elizabeth for about 6 years now. We call her Beeb for short, a nickname from when I couldn't pronounce her full name as a kid. My parents were out for their weekly dinner date, and Elizabeth had texted earlier saying she was going to be at her boyfriend's place until around 10:30. So I had the house to myself, which is always nice. After dinner, I decided to take advantage of the empty house and have a long bath, something I rarely get to do with 4 people sharing one bathroom. I filled the tub with hot water, dumped in some lavender bath salts my aunt had given me for Christmas, and settled in with my phone propped against the soap dish to watch some YouTube videos. Our bathroom has this weird folding door. You know the type, that kind of accordions when you open and close it? It doesn't seal perfectly at the bottom, leaving about a 2-inch gap between the floor and the door. I never really paid much attention to that gap before. I'd been in the bath for maybe 20 minutes, watching some mindless baking show, when something caught my peripheral vision through that gap under the door. At first, I didn't fully register it, just a movement outside the bathroom, but then I looked directly at it. There were feet walking past the door, bare feet, extremely pale, almost like paper white. Not just pale like someone who doesn't get much sun, but unnaturally white. They moved slowly, deliberately, and I could see what looked like the bottom hem of a black dress or skirt swishing just above the ankles. Here's the thing. In that moment, I wasn't scared. Not at all. My first thought was simply that Elizabeth must have come home early. She sometimes wears this long black skirt around the house when she's lounging, and she's pretty pale naturally. So I called out, "Beeb Elizabeth, get out of my room," in that half-annoyed, half-joking sibling tone. No answer. I figured she had her earbuds in or was just ignoring me, so I went back to my video. About 5 minutes later, I finished up my bath, drained the water, and wrapped myself in a towel. I was a little annoyed that Elizabeth had come home early without texting me and then ignored me when I called out. I walked out of the bathroom into my bedroom. The bathroom connects directly to my room, expecting to maybe find Elizabeth had borrowed something from my closet or left something on my bed. But my room was empty, completely undisturbed. "Elizabeth," I called out, a bit louder this time, no answer. I walked across the hallway to her room. Empty. I checked my parents' room. Empty. At this point, I started to feel a little weird about it, but still not scared exactly. I thought maybe she'd come in quickly to grab something and then left again without wanting to disturb me. So I went downstairs to check if she'd left a note or something. The downstairs was completely silent. No signs of anyone having been there. The kitchen was exactly as I'd left it after dinner. The living room was untouched. And here's where the first real chill hit me. The front door was still locked. Not just closed, but locked, with the deadbolt and the chain still in place. We have a back door too, but it leads out to a fenced yard with a gate that squeaks so loudly you can hear it throughout the house. There's no way she could have come in and out without me hearing that gate. Now, thoroughly confused, I grabbed my phone and texted Elizabeth, "Did you just come home and leave again?" Her response came almost immediately, "No, I'm still at Jake's." "Why?" That's when the fear started to really sink in. I typed back, "I thought I saw you walking past the bathroom door a few minutes ago." Elizabeth, "Definitely not me. No one else should be home right now. Are you okay?" I wasn't. Not at all, because I knew what I'd seen. Those feet were real. The swishing black fabric was real. It wasn't a shadow or a trick of light or my imagination. Someone or something had walked past my bathroom door. My hand started shaking so badly I could barely type, "I think there's someone in the house." Elizabeth immediately called me. "Are you sure you saw something?" she asked, her voice tense with worry. "Yes," I whispered, now standing frozen in the middle of our living room. I saw bare feet walk past the bathroom door, really pale feet with what looked like a black dress or something. "Okay, get out of the house. Right now," she said firmly. "Go to Mrs. Patterson's next door. I'm calling Mom and Dad, and then I'm calling the police." But something held me back from rushing outside. "Wait," I said, suddenly remembering something. "We have the security cameras." My dad installed security cameras at the front door, back door, and one in the living room about a year ago after a few break-ins in the neighborhood. They're connected to an app on our phones. With trembling hands, I opened the app and checked the footage. The front door camera showed no one entering since my parents had left for dinner at 6. The back door, same thing. The living room camera hadn't picked up any movement except for me coming downstairs just minutes before. "There's nothing on the cameras," I told Elizabeth, my voice barely audible. "No one came in or out." "That doesn't make sense," she said. "Unless they were already inside when the cameras were turned on. Check the motion alerts from earlier today." I scrolled through the notifications. Nothing unusual, just normal household activity. Me moving around, my parents leaving. "I don't understand," I said. The fear was evolving into something deeper now, a kind of dread that settled into my bones. "I saw someone, Elizabeth. I'm not making this up." "I believe you," she said quietly. "Just stay on the phone with me. I'm leaving Jake's now. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Don't hang up." I didn't hang up, but I also didn't just stand there waiting. Still clutching my phone, I grabbed the heaviest thing within reach, a cast-iron pan from the kitchen, and began carefully checking every possible hiding place in the house. Closets, under beds, behind shower curtains, behind doors, in the basement, even in the attic access in the hallway ceiling. Nothing, no one. The house was completely empty except for me. By the time Elizabeth got home, I was sitting on the couch with all the lights on, still holding that pan, staring at nothing. She found me like that, and I could see the worry on her face. "I checked everywhere," I told her before she could ask. "There's no one here." She sat down next to me. "Maybe it was a shadow or reflection from your phone screen." I shook my head. "No, I saw feet, actual human-looking feet. They were walking, and I saw fabric moving with them. Elizabeth's expression changed slightly. You know, Grandma used to talk about seeing things in their old house. Our grandmother had passed away 3 years earlier, but she'd often told stories about unexplainable things she'd witnessed in her home in Vermont. Cold spots, items moving, glimpses of figures. "I don't believe in ghosts," I said flatly, though my conviction on that point was rapidly deteriorating. "I'm not saying it was a ghost," Elizabeth replied carefully. "Just that sometimes things happen that we can't explain." My parents came home about an hour later, alerted by Elizabeth's calls. They searched the house again, checked the security system, looked for any signs of entry. Nothing was disturbed, nothing was missing, and there was absolutely no evidence that anyone had been in our house. "Maybe you dozed off in the bath," my dad suggested. "Had a little dream." But I wasn't asleep. I know I wasn't. I was actively watching a video. And what I saw wasn't dreamlike or hazy, it was solid and real. The most disturbing part of all of this, the thing that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it, is that I called out to it. I spoke to whatever it was walking past my door. I invited interaction with something that shouldn't have been there. What if it had answered? I spent that night in Elizabeth's room, neither of us sleeping much. The next day, my dad checked every inch of our house's exterior, looking for any possible way someone could have entered without the cameras catching them. He found nothing. We've never had any other strange occurrences in our house. No history of hauntings, no tragic backstories, nothing that would explain what I saw. It wasn't an old house with character, just a regular suburban home built in the early 2000s. In the days that followed, I tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was a weird reflection. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe the steam from the bath created some kind of visual illusion. But none of those explanations feel right. What I saw was clear and distinct. Unnaturally pale, bare feet, and the swishing hem of a black dress or skirt moving past my bathroom door in a house that was supposed to be empty. It's been 3 months, and nothing similar has happened since. I've mostly convinced myself to stop obsessing over it, but sometimes, when I'm home alone and I catch movement in my peripheral vision, my heart stops for a second. And every time I take a bath, I make sure the bathroom door is closed tight, with a towel stuffed in that gap at the bottom. I don't know what walked past my bathroom that night. I don't know if it was something supernatural, or if there's some logical explanation I'm missing. All I know is what I saw, and that the memory of those pale feet moving slowly past my door still keeps me awake some nights. The strangest thing is how normal everything felt in that moment before I realized something was wrong. There was no cold chill, no sense of dread, no feeling of being watched. Just a pair of feet walking past a door in a way that seemed so ordinary, until it wasn't. I've never told anyone outside my family about this. They've mostly moved on and don't bring it up anymore, but I can't forget. I keep wondering, if I hadn't called out, thinking it was my sister, would whatever it was have just continued walking down the hall and disappeared? Or would something else have happened? And sometimes, in my darkest thoughts, I wonder if it's still here somewhere, walking through our house when no one is looking, its pale feet making no sound on our floors, the hem of its black dress swishing silently around its ankles. Story 19. I still feel my skin crawl whenever I hear someone sing "Happy Birthday." It's been almost 6 years, but I can't shake what happened that night in Pinewood. I've never told this story to anyone outside my closest friends, because honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Back in 2017, I was 17 and homeless. Not the kind of story that gets a happy introduction, but that was my reality. My parents kicked me out after one too many fights, and I ended up living on the streets of Pinewood, a town so small it barely registers on a map. Most nights, I crashed at my buddy Marcus's place when his mum was working overnight shifts at the hospital. When I couldn't, I'd sleep in the public park or behind the library. That night, October 12th, started like any other. Marcus and I were hanging out behind the Rusty Nail, this dive bar on the edge of town, where the bartenders didn't care if we loitered as long as we didn't cause trouble. It was around 10 at night, chilly enough that I could see my breath in the air. We were doing what we always did, asking people for cigarettes or spare change as they came out for smoke breaks. We'd been there for about an hour, sharing a cigarette someone had given us, when this guy showed up. He didn't come from inside the bar. He just appeared from around the corner of the building. I noticed him right away because he was dressed so weird for our town. He had on this worn-out cowboy hat that looked like it had been trampled, a faded denim jacket with those weird pearl snap buttons, and boots with little metal stars as spurs. But it wasn't just his clothes that seemed off. His proportions were wrong. He was maybe 5.5 feet tall, but his arms seemed too long for his body, hanging down past his knees. His face was angular, with cheekbones that stuck out way too much, and his eyes were set wide apart. When he smiled, which he did immediately upon seeing us, his mouth stretched wider than seemed possible. I remember thinking that he looked like someone had tried to draw a person, but got all the measurements wrong. "Evening, boys," he said, his voice surprisingly deep for his size. "Mind if I join you?" Marcus shrugged, and the man leaned against the wall next to us. Up close, he smelled weird, like mothballs and something sweet, like birthday cake. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered us each one. We took them without hesitation. Free smokes were free smokes. "It's my birthday today," he announced after lighting his cigarette with a match he struck against his boot. "I'm the birthday boy." He said it with this weird emphasis, like it was his title rather than a statement. "Oh, happy birthday, man," I said, not really caring but wanting to be polite to someone who'd given me a cigarette. "How old are you?" Marcus asked. The man's face twitched, just for a second. "Old enough to know better, young enough to do it anyway," he said, then laughed way too loud at his own joke. His laugh didn't sound right. It was like he was imitating what he thought a laugh should sound like. For the next hour or so, we stood there while this guy talked almost non-stop. He never told us his name, just kept referring to himself as the birthday boy. He'd say things like, "The birthday boy wants another smoke," or "The birthday boy is getting cold." It was weird, but we figured he was just drunk or high or something. People from the bar came and went, nodding at us or ignoring us completely. By midnight, the crowd had thinned out, and it was just the three of us in the back lot. That's when things started getting really unsettling. "The birthday boy wants to continue his celebration," he said, turning to face us fully. "Do you boys know of any quiet places? Abandoned buildings, perhaps? Somewhere we can really let loose?" A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the October air. His eyes seemed different now, darker, hungrier. I could feel something radiating from him, this overwhelming sense of dread that made my heart race. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run. "I've got presents," he continued, patting his jacket pocket, "for good boys who help the birthday boy celebrate." His smile stretched even wider, revealing teeth that looked too small and too numerous in his mouth. Marcus glanced at me, and I could tell he felt it too, that this guy, whatever he was, meant us harm. Pure evil was coming off him in waves. I'd been around some sketchy people living on the streets, but I'd never felt anything like this before or since. There's an old warehouse on Elm Street," I lied, pointing vaguely in the opposite direction of Marcus's house. "About 20 minutes that way, but we can't go with you, man. We've got somewhere to be." The man stared at me for what felt like forever, his head tilted at an angle that made my stomach turn. Then suddenly, he straightened up and grinned that impossible grin. "See you again, Noah," he said. I froze. I had never told him my name. Before I could process this, he did something that still haunts my nightmares. He started sprinting backward, his eyes still fixed on us. He moved unnaturally fast, covering about 30 feet before spinning around in one fluid motion and continuing to run in the direction I'd pointed. Marcus and I didn't need to say a word. We bolted in the opposite direction, cutting through alleys and side streets, leaping over fences and taking the most convoluted route we could think of to shake him off our trail. We ran until our lungs burned, not stopping until we reached Marcus's house. We crashed through the door, locked it behind us, and collapsed on the living room floor, gasping for breath. Marcus's mum was working overnight, so the house was empty except for us. "What the fuck was that?" Marcus wheezed when he could finally speak. "I don't know," I said, my hands shaking as I tried to light another cigarette to calm my nerves. "But he knew my name, Marcus. I never told him my fucking name." We checked all the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked tight. We pulled the blinds closed and sat in the living room with only a small lamp on, trying to convince ourselves that we were safe, that we'd lost him, that he was just some weird drunk guy playing mind games. That's when we heard it. About 20 minutes after we got to the house, a soft, slow singing drifted through the window from the street outside. "Happy birthday to me! Happy birthday to me! Happy birthday, dear birthday boy! Happy birthday to me!" The voice was unmistakable. That same deep, off-kilter tone. Marcus and I looked at each other, frozen in terror. Slowly, we crept to the window and peered through a crack in the blinds. He was there, standing directly under the streetlight across from Marcus's house, still wearing that stupid cowboy hat. He was looking right at the window, as if he knew exactly where we were hiding. That impossible smile was still plastered on his face. As we watched, he began pacing up and down the street, singing that birthday song over and over, sometimes throwing in our names. "Happy birthday to me. Noah and Marcus should come celebrate." His movements were jerky, almost mechanical, like a wind-up toy that wasn't working right. For almost 2 hours, he paced outside. 2 fucking hours. Sometimes he'd stop and stare at the house, tilting his head at that unnatural angle. Sometimes he'd spin in circles, still singing. We were terrified to call the police, partly because we didn't think they'd believe us, and partly because we were afraid of what might happen if we took our eyes off him even for a moment. Then, at around 2:30 in the morning, he suddenly stopped in the middle of the street, looked directly at our window again, and waved. A slow, deliberate movement with those 2 long arms. "See you on my next birthday, boys," he called out, loud enough that we could hear him clearly through the glass. Then he turned and sprinted away, full speed, his legs pumping in that weird, disjointed way, until he disappeared around the corner. We stayed awake the rest of the night, jumping at every sound, convinced he was going to come crashing through a window at any moment. But he never came back. The next day, we went to the bar to ask if anyone knew who the weird cowboy was. None of the bartenders remembered seeing anyone matching that description. We checked the warehouse district on Elm Street, half afraid we'd find him waiting there, but there was nothing, not even footprints in the dirt. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep properly. I kept expecting to hear that birthday song floating through the window, or to see that stretched-out smile lurking in the shadows. Marcus and I made a pact never to split up after dark. We even started crashing at the local shelter instead of hanging around outside at night, despite how much we hated that place. As months passed with no sign of the birthday boy, we slowly began to relax. Marcus eventually moved out of town to live with his dad in Portland. I got my GED, found a job at a warehouse, and managed to rent a tiny studio apartment. Life moved on, and sometimes I could go weeks without thinking about that night, but I've never forgotten. I still don't know what that thing was. A psychopath? Some kind of supernatural entity? I've researched local legends, looked into missing persons reports from around that time, even tried to find information about similar encounters online. Nothing matches exactly what we experienced. The strangest part? Every year on October 12th, I get this overwhelming sense of being watched. I close all my blinds, double-check my locks, and turn up my TV to drown out any singing that might come from outside. I've moved 3 times since that night, never telling anyone my new address. Yet each year, that feeling returns. It's been 6 years now. I'm 23, working a decent job, trying to build a normal life. But I can't help wondering if somewhere out there, that thing is still waiting, counting down the days until some special birthday when it will come looking for me again. I know how this all sounds. If someone told me this story, I'd think they were making it up or had been hallucinating. But Marcus saw it too. We both experienced it. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't human. And the fact that it knew my name without me ever telling it, that's what keeps me up at night. So that's my story. I've never encountered the birthday boy again, but I live with this constant dread that someday I'll hear that song outside my window once more. And next time, I might not be so lucky as to just see him pacing under a streetlight. Story 20. I've been staring at this blank text box for almost an hour now. I've started typing and deleted everything at least 5 times. It's hard to put into words what happened to me 3 nights ago, but I need to tell someone who might understand or who's been through something similar. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not even sure I believe it myself, and I'm the one who saw it. I live in Willow Creek, Michigan, a small rural town where nothing ever happens. My husband and I bought our house here 7 years ago because we loved how quiet it was, how the stars shine so brightly at night without city lights drowning them out. Our property backs up against a small patch of woods, maybe 4 acres total. Nothing spectacular, just a typical Midwestern woodland with maples, oaks, and the occasional pine. The kind of place where deer and raccoons wander through, sometimes a fox if you're lucky. Normal wildlife. Keyword, normal. Last Friday night around 9, I took our dogs out for their evening bathroom break like I always do. We have 2 German shepherds, Max and Luna. They're good dogs, protective but not aggressive unless there's a real threat. The night was clear and cool, typical for early fall. The porch light was on, and the moon was nearly full, so visibility was pretty good. I remember standing there, scrolling through my phone, while the dogs sniffed around the yard. That's when I heard it, rustling and crunching leaves coming from the edge of the woods. Nothing unusual about that, right? We get deer coming through all the time, especially at dusk and dawn. I glanced up, expecting to see the familiar sight of a white-tailed deer frozen in place, staring at us with those reflective eyes. Deer always stop moving when they notice you. It's like their default response to potential danger. But whatever was making that noise didn't stop. The crunching continued steadily, methodically. Something about the rhythm felt deliberate, not like an animal foraging or walking naturally. Both Max and Luna had gone completely still. Their ears were forward, bodies rigid, and they were staring intently at the woods. I immediately felt that wave of alertness you get when your pets sense something you don't. You know that feeling? When your dog suddenly starts growling at an empty corner and your skin crawls because they must be seeing something you can't. "What is it, guys?" I whispered, trying to follow their gaze. The crunching noise was getting closer to the tree line that borders our property. And then I saw it. About 20 feet away, partially illuminated by our porch light, stood something. My brain immediately tried to categorize it as something familiar, a person, an animal standing on hind legs. But it wasn't either of those things. It was white, not glowing, but pale enough to stand out starkly against the dark backdrop of trees. Maybe 4 feet tall, though it's hard to be certain from that distance. But what struck me most were the legs. these impossibly long, thin legs that seemed too delicate to support even its minimal weight. No arms that I could see, no distinct head either, just this small, oval-shaped body perched atop those strange legs. The whole silhouette reminded me of the letter M, with the middle dips rounded instead of angular, or like those stick-figure family decals people put on their cars, but without the arms, and with the legs elongated to a disturbing degree. For a moment, we all just stayed frozen, me, the dogs, and this thing. The dogs weren't barking, which was strange. They always bark at deer, raccoons, delivery people, anything unfamiliar. But they just stood there, hackles raised slightly, completely silent. I felt my heart hammering in my chest, but oddly I wasn't scared, at least not in the typical run-screaming sense. It was more like intense confusion combined with disbelief. Like my brain couldn't process what my eyes were seeing, so it wasn't triggering a fear response yet. "Hello?" I called out softly, wondering for a split second if it was some neighborhood kid in a bizarre costume. But even as I said it, I knew that wasn't the case. This thing moved too organically, too fluid. There was something undeniably alive about it. At the sound of my voice, both dogs pressed against my legs. Luna let out a low whine, not aggressive, almost plaintive. That's when I decided to get the dogs inside. Whatever this thing was, I didn't want them charging at it or getting hurt. I tugged gently on their collars and backed toward the house, never taking my eyes off the entity. It didn't move or follow us. It just stood there, almost like it was observing us too. After getting the dogs inside, I did something that, in retrospect, was probably incredibly stupid. Instead of locking the door and hiding under my blankets like any rational person would do, I went back outside, alone. I know how that sounds, but I can't explain the compulsion I felt to understand what I was seeing. It wasn't bravery, more like my curiosity temporarily overpowered my self-preservation instinct. Plus, the thing hadn't made any threatening moves. It had just stood there. When I stepped back onto the porch, it was still at the edge of the woods, in almost the same position. Only now it seemed to be facing me more directly, though without a discernible face. It's hard to be certain. I took a few steps forward, moving slowly across our yard toward the property line. "What are you?" I called out, my voice steadier than I expected. The creature didn't respond verbally. It made no sound at all, actually, but it reacted to my approach. It turned slowly, with an eerily fluid motion that reminded me of how jellyfish move through water, and began walking deeper into the woods. The movement was hypnotic, like nothing I've ever seen in any animal or human. Its legs didn't bend at joints like ours do. They seemed to flex throughout their entire length with each step, like they were made of something both solid and pliable at the same time. I stopped at our property line, not willing to follow it into the dark woods. For several moments I just stood there, watching as it gradually disappeared among the trees. The whole encounter couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, but it felt both instantaneous and eternal, if that makes any sense. When I could no longer see it, I hurried back inside, locked the door, and immediately went to our bedroom where my husband was watching TV. "You won't believe what I just saw," I said, my voice shaking slightly as the adrenaline began to wear off. He looked up from his show. "A deer?" "No," I said, "a strange white thing that looked like an M." He laughed, of course, thought I was joking or had seen a deer standing funny, but something in my expression must have convinced him I wasn't kidding, because he got up and went to look outside. "There's nothing out there now," he said, after peering into the darkness for a minute or two. "I know what I saw," I told him, but I was already starting to doubt myself. It seemed so impossible in the warm, normal light of our bedroom. After he went to bed, I stayed up Googling. First, I searched "white creature with long legs, no arms," which mostly returned results about various insects and spiders. Then I tried cryptid white legs Michigan, and that's when I found it, the Fresno nightcrawler. As soon as I saw the images, those iconic photos and drawings of the white, leggy cryptids reported primarily in California, I felt a cold wave wash over me. That was it. That was exactly what I had seen, down to the strange proportions and the eerie, gliding walk. Everything I've read since that night says these things are supposedly harmless. Some people even find them cute, like otherworldly Caspers. But I don't care if they're harmless. That's not the point. The point is that until 3 nights ago, monsters weren't real to me. Cryptids, ghosts, aliens, they were just stories, entertaining possibilities at best. I was firmly planted in a world of scientific certainty where unknown creatures don't just wander out of the woods in rural Michigan. Now, that world is gone. I've barely slept since Friday night. Every time I close my eyes, I see those strange legs moving through the fallen leaves. I hear that rhythmic crunching coming closer to our home. I keep the blinds closed now. I don't take the dogs out after dark anymore. We've set up pee pads in the garage. My husband thinks I saw a deer with an injury, or maybe a large bird, and my mind filled in the gaps with something I'd seen online and forgotten about. He's being supportive, but clearly doesn't believe me. How could he? I wouldn't believe me either. Last night I thought I heard the leaf crunching sound again, right outside our bedroom window. I froze, listening intently, but my husband was snoring and I couldn't be sure. I didn't get up to look. I couldn't bear to see it again, or worse, to look and see nothing, which would mean either it was hiding or I really am losing my mind. I've spent hours reading about the Fresno nightcrawlers online. There's surprisingly little information about them, just scattered reports and a few grainy photos and videos. Most accounts describe exactly what I saw: white, leggy entities that move with an unnatural gait. Some people think they're aliens, others believe they're interdimensional beings or forest spirits. But none of the theories explain why one showed up in my backyard in Michigan, thousands of miles from where they typically appear in California. None of the theories make me feel any better about what I saw. I keep asking myself if I can continue living here. This house that I've loved for 7 years suddenly feels unsafe, exposed. Those woods that used to look so peaceful now seem like they're harboring secrets, unknown things. Every shadow could be hiding one of these creatures, or something worse that we don't even have a name for yet. The logical part of my brain keeps trying to find rational explanations. Maybe it was someone in a costume playing a prank. Maybe it was some kind of rare animal with a deformity. Maybe I was more tired than I realized, and my eyes played tricks on me. But I know what I saw, and the dogs saw it too. They sensed something that wasn't normal, something that wasn't natural. Their reaction alone validates my experience. They didn't behave like they would toward a person or a familiar animal. I'm writing this partly to document what happened while it's still fresh in my mind, and partly because I need to know if anyone else has had a similar experience, especially here in Michigan. Are they migrating, spreading? Have they always been here, just hidden until now? I'm considering setting up trail cameras facing the woods, but part of me doesn't want confirmation. Because if I get actual footage, then what? Who would I even show it to? What authority handles non-threatening cryptid sightings? And if it comes back accompanied by others, what then? The most terrifying aspect isn't the creature itself, it's the implication. If this is real, if the Fresno Nightcrawler actually exists, what else is out there that we've dismissed as fantasy or folklore? What other impossibilities are actually possible? Every noise outside makes me jump now. The normal creaks and groans of our house at night have taken on new, sinister meanings. When the dogs stare at empty corners, I find myself looking too, half expecting to see pale legs gliding across my living room floor. My husband suggested I talk to someone professional about this, and maybe he's right. Maybe the stress of work and life has finally caught up with me in the form of a hallucination. That would almost be a relief compared to the alternative. that our understanding of reality is fundamentally flawed and incomplete. For now, I'm stuck in limbo. I can't unsee what I saw. I can't unfeel that moment of realization when my worldview shattered. And I can't shake the feeling that by seeing it, I've somehow opened a door that was meant to stay closed. Like now that I've acknowledged its existence, it might become more interested in mine. If anyone has seen something similar or has any information beyond what's available online, please share it. I need to make sense of this somehow. I need to know if I'm alone in this experience or if others have had their reality challenged in the same way. And if you live in or near Willow Creek, Michigan, maybe consider keeping your dogs inside after dark, just in case.